Eat a dick.
Look at this dude.
I don't see you. Oh, there you are.
I was like, give it a moment.
Oh. Well, that's Well, you gonna do a video stream from VC as well?
Yes.
Right. This stream is brought to you by the letters L, F, and G. Let's fucking go.
Yes, let's fucking go. That's what we always make I like making the joke of whenever Phil says something, just like have the Project 7 theme song just kick in for no reason.
Have a quick shot of the turn.
Yo.
Hey, it's just exactly that amount, like hashtag live. Right back to the video.
Look at this dude.
Sounds like a plan. I like the way you think.
What's
The
up,
conference
Mal?
your way?
Yes, it's supposed to be this weekend, but you know that's liable to change every day.
Yeah, so I'm looking at now. We're getting more here than they thought we would.
Yeah. What's up, Doomer Ziggy? And Mal is my best friend.
Shout out to the archivists. Big up, Doomer Ziggy. My man. Doomer stays on the grind with classic DSP content, the all lore. I highly suggest y'all checking out his streams at night when he pops up.
Oh, I do. Sometimes he's still going when I'm at work, so I'll watch him while at work. Love it.
Yep. It is definitely good shit. Hey, Mal.
Man, chicken.
No, it's time fish.
Do you have those extension emojis on your YouTube?
They're supposed to be there. I gotta figure out why it's not acting right.
I just see Doomer typing in words and I don't know what the fuck. Bad chicken, aqua trigger.
There's an extension for
Better emotes or whatever? Better Twitch emotes?
yeah, better TV, I think.
Yeah, I'll have to reset it back up because I had it set up so like every word, almost every word had something different.
Stupid and end up not putting it back on.
I really
Hey,
need to put it
nothing,
back on.
Hey, Diablo.
What is up, Diablo?
But up to
We'll never Yeah.
7
that's
TV
it.
and better
Blue
Twitch.
TV
Okay.
and 7 TV.
That's what I need. I need the extensions. I need the extensions for Opera. I have them for Chrome.
You need extensions like Rick James had in the 80s.
Yes.
what up to Siggy, to Mal, and
Break your house, rub
Yep.
my feet in the couch.
Oh,
Thank you for the fish, Mel.
Now with
We
a
appreciate
zero, capital L. But still,
Maybe
it's
I-
melon.
if you're into fishes, I'm playing a VR game at the moment.
Hashtag SCP gang if you really want to.
Come on, game.
I just gotta figure out how to get this to do better. I'm tired of having to re-put this in every time I have to start stream.
What?
Oh, to get it to show the words, like people talking.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it keeps fucking
I'm
up.
sure I'm just here to conversate. Dark side Phil, not. Well, later, no, I'm out for that. I'm just here to conversate for fun.
Ain't nothing wrong with
The
that.
conversation, pimp.
It's all good. I'll be listening in the background because I got my
Yeah.
VR headset on.
Alfred, I don't think any of us believe he's going to actually hold to it.
What happened?
If you believe what FEMA does, you are kind of
If you
are
bel-
young and dumb for that.
If you believe that, let me sell you a bridge over a volcano.
Yeah, or if you do,
You
start
got some
giving
oceanfront property in Arizona. Yeah, he's not gonna make it.
Oh yeah.
Not to mention, you don't ask for someone to, hey, go get your own PO box for you to pay back the money that I owe you. No one does that.
Yeah, not a single
See,
fucking person.
The question is, if we want to believe what dumb shit he's gonna, the dumb thing he says, is he gonna send it by check, or is it just gonna be like those ones you get from relatives, the cards of you see you get like $100 bill?
No,
you know, that.
He would be the one that would
That
take gift
way-
cards for Christmas from like various places and send them to her and say that that was cash. Like, I sent her 225 Longhorns cards, so that's $50 off the bill.
So is the music too loud, or is it just right for you guys? Oh, then it just stops. Never mind. Don't matter now. It just fucking stopped. So it don't matter now. Fuck it. There it goes.
I hear none.
There we go. It's back now. Sometimes it likes to foul up. Trunks, long time no see, man. How you doing?
What up,
He was gonna ruin his career. I'm telling you that right now.
Well, technically three to 4 days since he was there for the New Year's one.
Yep.
You could try to sacrifice Slanesh to it, or sacrifice someone to Slanesh for it. I won't stop you. I'm just selling you the bridge over the volcano. What you do with it after that point is on you.
Consenting spirits is totally up to you.
Oh,
But,
Billy Mays here to sell you a bridge.
Right. I don't
and
think that's going to happen either.
we're gonna give you Fix-A-Flat for free. All right.
That's true. We'll give you 24/7 roadside protection if you buy the bridge. That's their offer to you.
So what I was gonna, the only reason I'm doing this is because
I mean,
I listen-
I gotta.
Oh, go ahead.
have to disagree, in a sense, Trunks, about the interview. If it's gonna ruin him, I believe it's gonna benefit him.
I think it's gonna be like everything else has been.
Oh, it's gonna be absolutely fucking waste of everyone's time. Equally.
It's proof that any publicity is good publicity, and that's how it's going to go down.
Yeah,
He's
it's.
trying to go for the tractors.
Oh yeah, I mean that's the thing, but we'll get into that. Let me. So, welcome.
Oh,
I-
the zombie girl from the Monster Monsoon one.
Yes, Monster Natsume. So, I decided to do this stream today because I re-listened to part of this rant, and I had some shit to say, and I made a very long Twitter post on it because I was just like, really, Phil? Fucking really? Phil again is doing the I want a fair shake. Well, what was the quartering? What was side scrollers? Hell, what was the 15 years of or decade of failure?
Yep.
That shit show. That's what it was.
Phil-
Like when he wanted more in his favor. I
Yeah.
know he should have, but in reality, at the same time, the quartering was more in his favor one than anything else.
It
The other
was.
ones were for the
Hey,
most part,
Fandel, how you
were
doing, man? Good to see you.
Against him,
Good to see
it's
you.
go fine.
Fair shake of these nuts. But it kills me because he's always saying a fair shake, a fair shake, a fair shake, a fair shake. I need a neutral party's fair shake. And I'm getting ahead of myself, but either way, I'm gonna call back to the interview with Stuttering Craig. Boo! It's bye, Drake.
What up, Bri?
Phil has had many fair shakes. Many of them. The throwback video out. Oh God, I don't know why he did. Oh, we're gonna get into that too.
Yeah. He doesn't even know what the fuck a fair shake even means.
He doesn't.
He likes to use it extremely loosely.
Yeah, it's a buzzword. You know, oh, I want a fair shake. You know, nobody gave me a fair shake, so on and so forth. But we're going to be going over that segment of his failcast. Hey, Zarglow.
It's like a Insanity podcast.
Yeah, that's why I call it the failcast.
Return
And-
of Redcast.
Just really listen to what he is saying. And it's insane insane that this is his mindset. That the world as a whole is out to get him. That people that have criticisms about him are wrong. But we're going to get into it. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm sorry. Let's get into this shit. I'm going to break it down the way I want to. You know what? We can't have Asia Clan for this. We got to have Gundam for this. We get Wing Zero destroying a fucking dome or whatever.
You know, ice pork comes served in many styles and variations.
Yes. Exactly.
I'm making spaghetti in your honor with
All right.
pork.
Oh, awesome. All right. So I'm even gonna pause the music for this. That's how serious this one is.
Last year was a very
Let me.
Can you boost it up a little, please?
Yes, I am.
my will and against my
Thank you.
wishes, correct? I think we can all agree.
Fuck.
Last year there was a lot of
All right. So hold on.
drama-filled, nonsensical year for me.
A drama-filled, nonsensical year for me. Okay.
Listen, you fat fuck.
Against my will
That's romantic. Thank you very much.
and against my wishes. Okay, guess what? When people do drama, it is against your will. It is against your wishes. They're not going to come to you and be like, hey, can I start a little drama with you? Can I say some hurtful things to you? And you respond and we get a little discourse going back there, discourse going back and forth. No, that's not how this works. People have a right to say what they say just as you have a right to say what you say.
Pathetic boy loser.
Yeah.
Correct?
Would do it that way.
They're right there.
Sitting bitch.
Listen there.
Filled, nonsensical year for me. Against my will and against my wishes, correct? I think we can all agree.
Correct, we can all agree. No, Phil, nobody has to agree with your fucking gouty face. Nobody has to agree.
Well, I can make a jury in a lot of this, to be honest.
Guess what,
No,
Phil?
I can't do it. I may die.
It's like, guess what, Phil? Talk shit, get hit. That's how that goes.
Well, you
around
have to
and
go
find
with
out.
Johnny and Zarglow.
So I need to turn them up more. All right, I got you.
Yeah,
He's staying quiet.
Got him on 240. Let's
I
see
mean,
that.
Phil and
All right,
Johnny.
so we go 320 down. Watch your ears.
Last year there was a lot of
I'll have
very
it listen
negative
nice on
talk
the
about me on the
mainstream.
internet. In some cases, from really big YouTubers.
I'd rather see a Cooks extreme, to be honest.
I think we can all agree.
Hold on.
Last year, there was a lot
Yeah,
of
it's
very
PR.
negative
I
talk
thought of
about
that.
me on the internet. In some cases,
What's up, Viking?
YouTubers, right?
Yeah, I got him at 320. Like,
The fuck?
check your volume mixer and make sure that like your Chrome tab is up with the volume, maybe.
that it is.
Also, try using.
Oh, wait, let me try this. This might be why. My audio,
Yeah,
My
hold on,
desk-
guys. I was just trying to calibrate.
my desktop audio was down further than usual. That might be why. All right, Viking. All right, tell me this is better.
Okay.
Now, in some cases, being very
Yeah.
Yes.
Awesome, that's what it
transparent
was.
here. When
We
I
good.
got criticized by Moist Critical, and he was like, "Dude, I can't believe he's saying the things he's saying on his streams to his viewers about income and stuff like that. It seems very, disrespectful. He doesn't seem like he has any gratitude. You can't say that kind of stuff." That resonated with me.
Bullshit, it didn't resonate. Because what was the first words out your mouth? You were pissed that your detractors showed him the negativity that you showed towards your chat during Scorn. Because that's what you're referring to. Don't be a pussy about it. Say they showed him the Scorn playthrough. They showed him that snippet where you fucking got unhinged yelling at your chat because you didn't get a goddamn red cent for playing a game poorly. That they did not give you tribute for staying 30 minutes over to play a game you clearly fucking hated.
And he said it for that Zelda one as well. The last one to finish that game up.
Yeah. And
It's how sad how commonplace it is.
he's sitting there saying that resonated with me. If it resonated, would you still be asking people about money? Would you still be saying, guys, this is my only income and I rely on you guys to pay the bills? Would you say, if you learned anything from somebody saying that, would you continue to say it? No. You still continue to say it. You still ask for money. You still tell people to give you donos just for existing on this fucking platform. But I'll let you continue.
It struck a chord, correct? And I agreed with him after watching
See,
myself
if he continues
this is from, like,
to
the fall
want
of
these pay
2022,
pigs to get him
okay?
for his
After watching
OnlyFans,
myself back,
I see.
that stuff,
He's
I was
basically
like,
a fucking
he's right.
OnlyFans
He's
model or a
absolutely
Twitch
right.
bot.
No, it's not even that. He doesn't even treat it like that. Phil treats this as, I've been here for X amount of years, just give me money for being here. I don't want to do anything for you, just give me the money. And he sits there and says, people always only point out that I beg for money, because that is all you fucking do. That is all you do, is ask for money, yell at people who beat you in a video game, and yell at people because they don't tell you how to play the game, and you yell at the devs because you don't like something they did in the game. You're too fucking stupid to figure out. Yes, Ice is hostile for this video.
Sometimes
You're honest, not hostile. There's a difference.
emotion.
Yeah.
I mean,
you can do
he's
that.
been doing this
You
since,
know, because
you
of
know,
finances and stuff like that,
the whole
or it could be many
fingers
different
crossed
things.
one
Anger,
about
when
it.
playing Street Fighter,
I
there's all
got
these
laid
things.
off. I
Whenever get
need
full of emotion,
support.
I tend to just go off the cuff and say things.
Oh, really? Okay, hold on.
You know, because of finances and stuff like that. Or it could be many different things. Anger when I'm playing Street Fighters, all these things. Whenever I get full of emotion, I tend to just go off the cuff and say things that I probably should not publicly say.
And you continue to fucking say them. Like, just stop. Stop being so goddamn disingenuous. Stop putting on this fake mask because you know fucking Mike is watching this. Do I need to go back to last Friday Night Fights, where you said, no, one before last, where you were sitting there shitting on Piece of Peace, even though he was the one fighting you at that time, because he beat you and perfect you with Cammy. And you said, what was your words, Phil? Oh, look at playing Cammy, Dad. My mom came in and pat me on the back and I beat him with Cammy, Dad. That's you just being angry? That you just flew off the cuff and said something you shouldn't have said? Okay, Phil, I'm going to say something I shouldn't say. You're a fat fucking retard. How about that?
Can I say that too?
Go for it.
He is a fat. He's more than a retard. I can't say that correct what I want to say, but
He's a very, 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 very special person.
Yeah, he called
There you
Papa
go.
mouth drooler. Exactly, Zarglo. Exactly. Calls him a mouth drooler and everything. Just because you lost to him?
and Ice, don't forget, it was supposed to be a not blaming the player stream, Drew.
Oh, that's right. That was the one
Yeah.
that was going to be sportsmanlike, wasn't it?
Hey, Vanguard Dunce. How you doing, man? Doing all right. Or D-Nice, excuse me.
Hey, Vanguard.
But he's, you know, he had the nerve to cry that people was clipping what he said about Street Fighter. He's like, well, I said that in private. A stream is not private. It is a public video that everyone can see. And guess what? Even when you split the part, hey, Reef Out, how you doing? When you
What up,
split
Reef?
the fucking part, you
Vanguard.
left that shit in there. You're a toxic piece of shit. You were a toxic piece of shit back in the FGC days. You were a toxic piece of shit in school, and you're still a toxic piece of shit now. That is who you are. That is the real DSP. Just like you sat there and blamed your fan base for having those sexual comments about women in video games. Oh, well, you guys wanted that. You guys wanted that. I just did what you said. Hey, Retro, how you doing?
What up, Joe?
Yo.
So you're saying that because your audience, probably all of one fucking person, Darish, sat there and said, I want you to say sexualized comments to women in a video game, you decided to take that one goddamn thing. Oh, yeah, and racism. Thank you, Viking. One goddamn word. He's like, yep, that's
What up,
it.
Buggy?
You got it, man. You got it. I'm going to give you that all day. You know, boobies, 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 titties, titties, titties. If you're going to say sexualized comments, Phil, continue to say sexualized comments. Don't change now because the world isn't the same, or you think people are a little bit too sensitive, or I'm married, I have a wife, Droob. I don't need to say these things now.
Also, Ice, is that really an excuse?
No, it's not an excuse.
Like, he may be married, but he's a grown ass man.
Yeah, he's saying that because DSP only goes back on one end of the spectrum or the other. It's one extreme to the next. He doesn't know how to sit in the fucking middle, except for when it comes on other issues that he knows if he says anything fucking wrong, he's going to be chastised for it. As he should.
All the little details will fuck him up. That's why he has to go one way or the other.
Exactly.
This is random, but the BR wants your stream is dope.
Nice.
Comment.
I do, D-Nice. I just don't promote them. Like, after some things that went down, I stopped promoting them.
There you go.
The stupid throw. I haven't looked at the throwback yet at all.
I
Right.
know he was doing a throwback bullshit, but
and I
I
should be
ain't
called
bothered
out for
really
it,
looking at
rightfully.
it.
Alright, so right here, he's saying he should be called out for it. His fans has called him out in the past for this shit, and what did they get? They got humiliated, yelled at, cursed at, and fucking banned for it. But
Same
when
thing now,
somebody bigger than him shows the fuck up, he's like, oh, let me polish the shaft, oh great one.
Like, Mal, same for me. I got a girlfriend. We talk about sexy, we look at girls
Can I
all the
call you
time, too.
daddy?
Yeah.
Oh,
Like-
God.
However, I felt that at that point there were too many people who had only heard the negative and had no idea about the positive about me.
What positive? I'm gonna steal Shinko's word. My man's. What positivity do you have? What is positive that you've done? When have you given to charity? When have you promoted a charity? When have you spent your own fucking money to give people giveaways in your streams? The giveaways we've seen is from people who've already bought the shit and said, can I do it for you? I remember Christmas, you claimed you were going to give out memberships. I don't know if you did. You said 10. You gave a number. I don't know if you gave out the 10 memberships or not. I'm going to assume you fucking didn't. But either goddamn way, Phil, there's nothing positive about your streams. If I can't
think you
talk to
did.
you, if I can't talk in your stream about whatever I want without the fear of getting chastised and banned for it, then what positivity? It doesn't matter what game I am playing, people are allowed to chat. If D-Nice and Retro want to talk about cars in my chat and I'm playing a medieval game, who fucking cares?
Ooh, I'll jump for that. I like cars.
That's the point of community right there.
Exactly. I am just a medium. I am halftime entertainment, background noise.
Wait.
Why would a charity... Yeah. Yeah, why would a charity give the charity? Exactly. What's up, Viking? God, I love cars. Don't ban me. Exactly.
You know,
I
obviously,
love cars, too.
if I'm here after 15
Here
years,
is
Yeah, it's gotta be
safest of all.
Exactly. You gotta be kissing this gouty ass. Exactly.
I have a community who watches me every day, likes my content, and supports it. I'm doing something right.
You beg for that! You fucking beg for that! DSP, if I get, just say 2 likes, I'm throwing a small number, 2 likes. If I got 2 likes, or even 1 like, or hell, even fucking no likes, I'm still happy for the people that are there. Because guess what? The audience in my chat, all 14 of them right now, talking, is engagement. They don't need
That's
to like
right.
the stream. They don't need to support the stream. They're supporting the stream by simply fucking being here and talking. That is supporting the stream. They don't need to give me money. They don't need to engage with the like button. They just need to come in, enjoy themselves, chat about whatever. That's it. It goes no further than that. But you turn this into, I am the CEO of Burnell Productions, and the viewers are as my fucking employees. That's how you view this shit. Yeah, you can dislike it too. Like, it's all shit. Like, if people want to dislike it, like it, that's fine. It's engagement.
Yeah, like it's still engagement. If you leave a dislike, people, it's still engagement.
Exactly. If you want to dono, that's up to you. Exactly. Damn, wrong link.
Right. All right. I wouldn't still be here if I wasn't doing something, right? There's people who are here for a good, positive reason, and I felt like it wasn't fair because these big YouTubers who always name drop.
It's not gonna be fair, Phil, because everyone only sees negative. Stuttering Craig and Adam both told you to your fucking face that they watched your streams. That they actually sat in your room and watched your streams.
Also, life is not fair.
Exactly. What's up, Titanium?
Titanium.
It's the only form of income, having begging business model. Exactly.
Got me. Never examined that half of it. They only examine the negative because that's what gets thrown in their face by the toxicity of YouTube. That's how YouTube works.
Yo.
No, Phil. No, what's up, guy with 2 days?
Get him out of here.
It's all good, man. I understand.
I gotta show you something when he's not that when he's done streaming.
Travis was dented enough to even donate to Phil. Are you fucking shitting me? How long ago was that?
Do what?
Travis donated to Phil. Was that recent? I knew about the last one.
Really?
I knew Travis donated to Phil once. I didn't know he did. Did he do it again? Like Chico said, he sat in his chat and watched Phil raw, and now he was, yeah, exactly. Travis, that's on the side scrollers. Oh, that's the one you're referring to. Okay, cool. I was gonna say I knew about that one. I thought he did it again. I was gonna say, what the fuck, Travis? Really?
Do you mind if I did for a quick second?
Sure.
There's a Warhammer 40k game on VR, Battle Sister.
That's actually a good game. I've watched a few videos of that.
Forward, right?
Cool.
And so I said, if you're going to talk bad about me, why not interview me?
Alright.
That's a simple question and a very simple answer. I mean, it's a good question, Phil. If you're going to talk bad about me, why not interview me? That's a very good question, but here's a very good answer. Because the fucker you're trying to suck his dick and lick his asshole at the same time doesn't do interviews. That is the answer. Moist Critical does not do interviews. So you trying to get the moistiest of moist man to interview you is fucking stupid. You're trying to get Mickey Mouse tickets at a Chuck E. Cheese.
Correct?
No, not correct. If it's somebody that does interviews, then yes, you would be correct. Moist Critical doesn't do interviews, so you're incorrect. Moist Critical takes I can't think of it right now. Either way, yeah, a topic. Moist Critical takes a topic, he reads on said topic, talks about said topic, and then that's it. There's no let me find someone to interview on the topic. He just talks about the topic. End of story. You were a topic, Phil, that he spoke on, and then he was done with it, and he even said it's not that serious.
Why not just talk to me directly? Because if
exactly, Vanguard.
To see that I'm a real guy, I'm not just some asshole.
You are an asshole. Just be an asshole.
Get nothing wrong with an asshole.
To the negative highlights of, but I'm actually just a real person. Perhaps you'd think a little bit.
Okay, Phil. I'm gonna let him cook.
All right. So I presented that to the internet, and basically, the only people who contacted me were drama brokers and people who were looking to boost their own presence on YouTube.
And that's what you're doing. You're doing the same thing. When you're asking for someone to give you an interview, you're asking them to signal boost you. You are asking them to put you on a pedestal in their stream so people from their audience, their community, will shimmy on over to your community. Everyone does it. This is nothing wrong.
Oh, got my eyes.
You know, it wasn't like a Moist Critical who reached out to me and said, yeah, let's do an interview. It was like Review Tech USA, you know, oh, let's do an interview. No, you already every day name drop me because you don't make your own content.
Yes, Phil, because the only people that actually want to fucking talk to you are people that are already talking about you. You should just go ahead and take the fucking interview, shut up and eat your fucking pine cone and play WWE Champions.
You just make drama and you name drop me for drama purposes. You have no content of your own. I'm not going to give you more free content.
Guess what an interview is, Phil? Drama.
Out of your mind, you see. I wanted to have a real conversation with someone, and it didn't happen, right? So then,
what's a real conversation, Phil? What is a real conversation? Nobody's asking you, well, no, the idiots did ask you where the fucking load went, but nobody's asking you, hey, Phil, what do you eat for dinner? Phil, tell me about the games you play. Do you actually enjoy them? Phil, why do you always tell your chat you need to take a shit? Exactly, Vanguard.
To March.
Yeah, blowing smoke up his ass.
Unrelated to anything in that realm of discussion, okay? Side Scrollers was a new podcast that was relaunching on the internet. It was a podcast that was run by Stuttering Craig, someone who in the past, over a decade ago, I had great dealings with.
Wrong. Stuttering Craig admitted he only met you once and didn't know anything about you. So again, you're putting words in somebody's mouth. You are painting this narrative that you and Stuttering Craig were fucking butt buddies and you could call each other up on the goddamn phone every day. That wasn't the case at all. He remembered you for a split second and decided to reach out to you and say, hey, would you like to be on this show? Because you two met each other at MagFest or whatever the fuck that was. He didn't know you like that.
I would go into a convention as a guest when I was at the height of my youth.
Exactly, Vanguard.
His convention, he had me there as a guest. Before then, I'd actually hung out with this guy at another convention, MagFest. I was a fan of their website 15 years ago.
Guess what, Phil? Guess what? I'm a fan of Steve Bloom, the voice actor that does many anime characters, and I follow him on Twitter. Does that mean we're fucking pals? Does that mean I can go up to him and shoot him a DM and say, hey man, let's go have lunch? Just because I go somewhere and somebody else is there doesn't mean we're friends. It doesn't mean they know me. We just so happen to be in the same fucking space. That's it.
Exactly.
Like that.
It's not like you actually know the
he had
person.
reached out to me and said, hey, I know we haven't talked in years, but we're looking for guests for our show. And I said, I'll be a guest, why not? And I saw their show, and their show was a variety show. Well,
Well, to hear
their
DSP tell it, he was
a
everyone's
variety
best
show
friend.
where they would talk about games and news.
Right here. You have to take a shot at somebody. Remember, you're trying to change who you are. Remember, 2024 is supposed to be a new Phil, and you're already opening up, mocking someone. Let me play that back again. Just listen. I'm going to shut up. Listen.
And I said, I'll be a guest, why not? And I saw their show, and their show was a variety show. Well, their show was a variety show where they would talk about...
Okay, so why was that needed? Doesn't matter if they were, doesn't matter if they are, and it doesn't matter if they aren't. They reached out to you to do a show. You agreed to do said show. But let's continue.
Games and news. Now it's not anymore. Now they've actually used my interview as a platform to change their show and get popularity. But we'll talk about that later.
Again, shitting on someone else because they were able to do exactly what you are. A fucking stepping stone, Phil. That's all you've ever fucking been, is a stepping stone for greater people to wipe their muddy, shitty shoes off on your goddamn face and go up to better things. This is the role you are fucking playing. That is the only purpose you serve in this world.
So basically, I say I'll be a guest on your show, but then they completely changed the deal. The deal was originally, I'm just going to be a guest. We'll talk about variety of topics. It'll be a fun show. Then it becomes, well, what we want to do is we want to be the exclusive place for you to finally get that interview that you've always wanted. Well, I didn't really always want an interview. I only wanted the interview because people were talking so negatively about it, right?
So then that means you you agreed to the interview. And who was it who said I had a dream that I need an interview to clear the air about everything? The one place that you could just go to and have all that information and never talk about it again? Oh, right, that was your dumbass.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Exactly. You cannot have it both ways.
So I was promised that this was going to be a fair interview where I was going to be able
and
to
it was
piece about all this stuff that people say about me over the years. And then after the interview, basically, I was going to get to be a guest on the show. That I needed to get through this interview first, but once I did, I could be a guest, and it would be just like everyone else who'd been on the show. At that point, for over a month, people have been guests on the show. No one else had to go through an interview, just me. Okay?
Wrong. Other people have gone through an interview. Other people, Razor Fist, they just had on, they put them through an interview.
Honestly, I got no idea. I don't watch them.
I just know about it. I didn't watch it. I just know about it.
Gotcha.
So I do this interview, okay? I get paid nothing for this interview.
Why would they?
Why is money the thing that pops up in your fucking head and out your fucking mouth? This is why I hope Mike watches this. I hope Mike Klum watches this because it always circles back to money with you.
Why would they pay him?
Guess what, Phil? When I decide to go to Ann Leach stream and pop in his chat on his Discord and sit and talk with him, I'm not expecting to get paid. I'm not expecting to get viewership. I'm not expecting anything. I am there because I want to be. When Piece of Peace comes over and plays, the fuck is that survival? I mean that zombie shooter. Back for Blood.
Back for Blood.
Peace isn't expecting me to pay him money to play the game. He wants to play the game, and I ask if he wants to play, and he plays because he wants to.
Yeah, like me too. Like when I ask you, hey, yo, wanna play something?
Yeah.
You say yes, we play. They won't give up.
Money was never discussed. So that is on you. And you shouldn't go here with the expectation of getting paid to do this fucking interview. If that was the case, you should have been up front. And the fact that you're bitching about this now and you've been bitching about it after the fact means you're a disingenuous piece of shit.
Also, on correctly, there was someone who was very close to interview DSP, but he charged them money and then turned the fuck off.
Yeah. I hate about people to say, why not talk to a nice person? They don't go around begging around. Yeah. Yeah.
Record. It's just me giving them over 5 hours of my time.
That you chose to give. Stuttering Craig and Adam asked you multiple times if you wanted to keep going, that you could stop at any time. You said we can keep going.
And also, if he asked about, he said the same thing about the Keemstar showing up, they asked him if he'll be cool with it.
Exactly. Again, he agrees the shit and then turns around in the same goddamn snort and plays victim. And he's playing 13 right now. Awesome. Exactly. Each question took him 15 to 20 minutes. Exactly, Vanguard. That was my main gripe with that whole interview is I would have stopped Phil the moment he goes. I'm like, no, shut that shit down. Answer the question. No explanation. Just answer it.
Come to find out, was this a fair interview? No. All they had done was talk to all of my haters.
It was
and
fair.
detractors
They
for
were
like
nice to you,
weeks.
but they had to ask
Got all of their
questions too,
negative
you
side of the
goddamn
story.
dumbass.
Literally never spoke to a single person about the positive side of things.
Wrong. 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 No one came forward. Stuttering Craig put out the feelers for people to come give him information, good or bad, about your stupid ass. Who is he to talk to, Phil, if no one comes forward?
Not even.
This is what you seem to not want to understand. If no one comes forward, that means nobody has anything positive to say about you.
All they did was research negative shit about me. And so they went into the interview.
Because that's all that came forward, Phil. This right here is why you are a failure. This is why you are 15 years of a fucking failure. You think that they're supposed to be Puffy the magic fucking weed dragon to show up and give Craig this information of how you're positive and you're a good person and all this shit. No. The same as your boy fucking Mike Klum. He actually went above and beyond the Call of Duty and asked your two biggest fucking dents to talk to him. And what did they do? Blocked him. You know, your sex pest son, Darish, told you, after you sat there and said, I am having an interview with this guy, we are going to do filming and all this, right after David fucking Darish told you, he blocked him. And you didn't even correct him. You didn't even tell him, hey, no, go ahead and unblock him and talk to him. It's cool. So again, but remember, for years, Phil has told his fan base to block anyone that tries to talk to them about him. So now, when someone that actually wants to give Phil a documentary and is actually going out of their way to reach his fan base, they're blocking him. They are putting up the roadblocks. So guess what, Phil? Again, it's going to be the same situation where nothing positive is coming out and being told to Mike Klum because they're fucking blocking him because you said so for years.
With the mindset that they wanted to get me to confess to all these heinous things that I had done over the years.
And you did.
Well, of course he's telling to block him because he wants to control the narrative.
Exactly.
If nobody else will talk to the guy, then the only source of information is two sources. Either the trolls, which Phil doesn't want involved in, or Phil himself.
Exactly, Soul.
A jealous boyfriend says that. Close anyone who tries to add you on Facebook. That's what they say.
Yeah. Let's take that a step further. Let's rewind it just a little bit.
All they did was research negative shit about me. And so they went into the interview with the mindset that they wanted to get me to confess to all these hate.
You play WWE Champions? Yes. Do you play another mobile game? Yes. You admitted to that. We already knew it, but you admitted to it. Then, when they asked you about your hacking, the bank hacks, the bank leaks, you turned around and said, that was not my account. Okay. Mike Klum, if you're watching this stream, if you're in here, ask Phil, if that was not his bank leaks or bank report, then why the fuck did he freeze his account and hire a lawyer?
You know what question I would love for Mike to ask, just to get an answer to it? When did you start knowing? When did you notice how the money was going that you weren't spending it, and why didn't you act sooner?
Exactly.
Because he said it was going on for a while, and he waited until 3,000. I think he said 3K was taken out before.
No, he said 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. So that's $9,000.
Okay, I misunderstood. I thought he said it came out to a sum of 3,000. That's what I misunderstood.
No, he said 3,000 three times.
The first time 3,000. Let's just for sake of argument say it was 3,000. Just for sake of argument.
Yeah.
At any point, anything above 100 taken out of my account that I don't know what it's for, I have a lot of questions for my bank and would freeze the account then.
Exactly. And I'll be sitting there doing filing the claim.
Exactly. Like,
wait, wasn't his phone? Yes.
Phil can say, "Oh, it's not my account." Fine, but then you say money was taken out of your account. Well, if this much was taken out, why didn't you say anything?
And not only that. Remember, he told Craig that was not his account, but he told everyone else he had to freeze his accounts and get a hold of a lawyer for the damages that were done.
It's not only that. If it was, for example, I'm gonna use me. If it was my bank account and I saw even $1 I didn't approve of go through, I'm calling my fucking bank. Why?
No, it's a fucking penny. I'm calling my bank.
Money.
Exactly. Yeah, his phone number.
I just purchased the Xbox Live. I didn't approve.
Yeah.
I immediately called my bank. It was only $50, but I had no knowledge of it.
Yeah. Yes, it is tied to a Vanguard. In fact, James the Lesser Express Lane actually called the number, and it went right to this asshole's fucking voicemail.
Things that I had done over the years. Wow, that's a great way to approach an interview, isn't it? They lied and told everyone that the next day after the interview they were going to have a decompression show where they play games.
Which they did. But they still had to go through all the super chats that they were given during that stream.
And then they were going to have a follow-up interview with me later. None of that happened.
You're right. It didn't happen. The follow-up didn't happen because then you had your decompression stream and your react to their decompression stream and flew off the goddamn handle about it.
I said this before on Ivica's channel yesterday. Phil couldn't handle being talked to like an adult during the interview, and then when the decompression happened and they were raking in the money, he got jealous, and that's what all this is about. He couldn't handle being an adult, and they got money out of it.
Yeah.
After the interview,
because he's so desperate to get more money from his man than he does.
Basically, for a whole day, they just crapped on me.
No, they didn't crap on you. They told you they didn't believe you during the interview, and then they said your shit didn't add up, Phil. Don't get butthurt.
More stuff, more claims than what they had actually brought up. Then yeah, they were shitting on you, Phil. That would have been a fair assumption. But to say they didn't believe you and the stuff that you brought to the interview didn't add up, that's simply going over and decompressing what happened during the interview. That's what you don't understand.
They told you they didn't believe you. Adam told you to your fucking face. He did not believe you.
Brian said you didn't care.
You said that's fair.
And if it wasn't his account, when they asked him, do you play champions? No. He sent a screenshot. Yes, I'll do it. He could then right then and there. It wasn't his goddamn account.
Exactly.
And made all negative references and took in a ton of money, thousands of dollars they received from my detractors and haters. Not only that day, but they continued to milk this.
Hey, August.
Weeks on end and months. It was months
What up,
later.
August?
Stuttering Craig was trying to get me on the show or get onto my content. He wanted to play Street Fighter 6 with me. This guy would not stop. Basically, he saw me as a...
And what did you do? You bitched out. You bitched out like you do with everyone. You sat there and shitted on them because they had their own thoughts, opinions, and feelings on you, about you. And when they tried to confront your bitch ass about it, you clammed up. You shut down and killed any modicum of discussion that could be there. Yeah, that DDoS attack.
Those coattails. Now, since that show, all right, they have basically gotten some notoriety in the conservative political community, which is hilarious because when they started the show, they always said there was not going to be about politics. Now the only attention they get is when they talk about politics, and they've turned it into a right-wing political show.
And who gives a fuck if they turned it into a right-wing political show? Not a white wing, a right wing. God, Ice, learn how to speak.
Yeah.
Who cares? Guess what they're doing? Better than you.
That's their show now. All bolstered by when I was on it. And by the way, my interview continues to be the most watched thing they've ever done. The funny part about it is the interview never actually did anything in the realm of what I wanted. The whole point of the interview that I wanted to do was that people who don't know about me can watch the interview, learn, and then there's no questions anymore about that stuff. In the end, all
exactly,
that
Vanguard
was it went around my detractor circles. That's it. It didn't actually hit mainstream. No one really cared about that interview outside of the detractors.
Guess what, Phil? That means nobody gives a fuck about you. Learn. Read the goddamn room. Read the internet's room, Phil. If Stutter and Craig did such a smashing success with the interview and shitting on you as you put it, but it didn't hit mainstream, it didn't get any type of attention like you wanted, then that means anything anyone puts out about you is going to be the same goddamn way. It's not going to hit mainstream, it's not going to gain traction, and it's not going to bring new fucking pay pigs to you, which is what you want.
So it didn't really get to serve the purpose, but I'll say this, at the very least, basically all the bullshit about those negative things, those questions, those accusations, the conspiracies.
See, I don't even think it's necessarily about the.
They didn't go away, Phil. No, Phil. None of the shit went away. Everybody just said you're a fucking liar and moved on. It got put in the vault of lies. The house of cards you have built had crumbled during that interview.
Here's what I think. The interview is not trying to get him long-term pay pigs, because I don't think Phil's going to think that far. He's trying to get the short-term, their sympathy for me, I'm a victim, give me the money.
That's why I said new pay pigs. That's all he wants out of this.
Well, no, I was specifying the type of pay pig. He's getting the short-term, because he does not understand long-term gain. He's always the short-term. So he's going to get the short-term sympathy, and then he's going to wonder why everything dried up again.
See, with me, I don't care if it's short-term or long-term. It's still the end result. He still wants a pay pig. It doesn't matter if he wants a pay pig now or a pay pig down the road. It's still a pay pig. That's all he wants. He just wants someone to give him money. It doesn't matter if it's a long or short-term. Money is his end result. He wanted someone to signal boost him, to shoot him out in the fucking stratosphere, so people could see this and say, oh, Darkside Phil's not a bad guy. Let me actually go check out his stream. And what are they going to be greeted with? Snorting, belching, farting, complaining, bitching, crying? Hold my hand? That's what they're going to get greeted with, Phil. And guess what they're not going to do? Stick around. Like,
Especially if there's one simple question, Ayo, and he gets pissed off, he's gonna bitch and lose them.
Yeah, and let's take that a step further, guys. Let's take that a step further. He's gonna say all this. He's saying this shit because he, by himself, does not have the charisma, the fortitude, or the willpower to do this on his own. He wants you to boost him, to get him out to the masses. A manlet really, but a man nonetheless. A man who went from a name on YouTube, and I'm going to use his words, a fart in the fucking wind now. And he's trying to relive that same glory of back in the day, today. It is not working. Phil has to work now. He is begging you for $50 a stream. So $100 a day. That's where we're at. Begging for $100 a day.
Not only that, he also wants you to tip him enough for to his tip school. To the $250.
That's why I said $100 a day. He wants to hit the $50 goal day and night stream. So if we're taking just that, it's $100 a day.
No one really comes on my stream and talks about it anymore because I've already said my piece and I'm not wasting time anymore.
Okay, then don't do a fucking interview, DSP. Whatever.
With that shit, I'm done with it. I told you guys, I'm done with those topics. We're done with it, right?
Yet you're still here talking about it.
After that, I made it my philosophy to stay out of drama. And
yeah, I muted myself.
I'm not doing any interviews. I'm not going to be doing any kind of anything with anyone. Even though people did reach out to me, oh, I want to interview Phil and this or that. Even, what's his name? Mudahar or whatever. He reached out to me. Oh, I'm going to pay you $5,000 for an interview. And I said, I don't want your money. I'll do an interview, but we're not talking about this drama. I've already addressed it. All the conspiracies are just that. I'm not wasting my time. If you want to have an intelligent discussion,
go for it.
Okay, if Mudahar if you 5K, why do you do? Why do you when you take the money and do an interview?
Fuck it, yeah. But see, here's the thing. Phil would have took the money if it was a normal basic bitch interview. He didn't want to take the money because he realized what was tagged along with it, what was tied to it. As Shinko said, and as the white racist said, Phil's dumb, not stupid. He knows when a trap is being set for him.
There's a distinct difference, you're right.
Yeah.
Interesting topics, I'll do it. The moment you bring up drama,
what's an interesting topic? This is the thing. You say a lot of words, Phil. You say a lot of words, but you don't say what the words are.
and then he ghosted me and never contacted me ever again.
Yeah, because you're only good for drama. That's all you're good for, Phil. I get it. You want to try the whole shtick of, well, I think my content is better than anyone else's content because I'm making the content and I'm supposed to think this way. Then actually make your content good. Anyone can say that. Hey guys, you know what? I think my content's better than every other detractor out there. It's fucking false. But I can still say it, Phil.
My question here is, I don't know if you got to that point yet or you're going to, but he brought up that Review Tech only brings him up every day. Like, last time Review Tech even brought up DSP.
He brought him.
I wouldn't know.
He brought him up quite frequently, but I don't know about recent because usually the people I watch that clip him hasn't showed anything with him talking about DSP. Because
once in a while, if it's a topic I'm curious about.
Yeah.
But it's like he hasn't brought you up in a while, as far as I know.
Yeah, he hasn't. Probably not because he's talking about other shit. Hell, he just had his beef with side scrollers about having Mary Mac on or whatever the fuck her name is.
That I don't know that one.
Oh, literally yesterday or the day before he did. Oh, okay.
So once again, Phil, who's the one bringing up drama?
Exactly. I'm gonna bring this up. I know everybody keeps reminding me of this dude's name, and I'm sorry. I just don't give enough shits to remember the dude's name, so he's always gonna be getting fucked in the ass guy for me. He came to your stream with 2,000 fucking people for your Baldur's Gate stream, and not a one fucking state. Let that shit sink in.
Yeah, the ones that probably didn't leave were probably asleep.
No, I'm talking about the streamer that his character is basically a femboy, and he always gets his character commission being butt fucked. You don't see it, but you know it because of his face. Toki, whatever the fuck his name, Mud. He came to Phil's stream because he said he likes Phil for his Baldur's Gate 3 stream. The first stream. Phil had over 1,000 goddamn people. 1 or 2,000, I don't remember.
And he didn't take
Tiger,
advantage?
thank you. Or Tiger, Mud, whatever. That dude came there with 1,000 fucking people and not a one stayed. Let that shit sink in. If you have 1,000 people, at least 50 of them should stay. 100 if you're lucky. But none? Phil, if I get raided by Ann or Peace or King Jed or That Being Said, which just throwing names out there, somebody's going to at least subscribe and stick around. Hell, even if they unsubscribe from me the very next day, they'll still at least subscribe. You didn't even get a subscriber out of it. That should tell you something.
Because all these people want is drama. They don't actually want to talk about facts like fucking mature adults. All they want is milk drama.
Okay, Phil, how about this? How about you and I do a stream and we talk about the anatomy of sex, the procreation of the human race. Let's see how long you stick around. And I'm not talking to be funny. I'm talking about the actual fucking reason for sex. Let's see how long you stick around. That is an adult conversation. The act of sex is not supposed to be pleasurable. It's supposed to be the way to continue our fucking species. Your crotch spawn is supposed to be the continuation of your lineage. But you won't have that conversation. You're too afraid to fuck a goddamn dude as a dragon in your goddamn game. Man, my dragon be fucking everybody just because he fucking can. I mean, I'm disrespecting the king of dragons, Bahamut, like that, but goddamn it, it's like, fuck it, I can do it. It's a video game. How about Cyberpunk? Oh God, why is it even in here? Oh my God. How am I supposed to have a conversation, an adult conversation with a man that is fucking too pussified to watch a goddamn sex scene in a video game of motherfuckers that are wearing clothes?
And sentient refrigerators.
Exactly. Motherfucker bitches out over a refrigerator, sitting there talking about how she wants more of you while she's trying to fucking kill you. What was your words? Why is that in the game? That's obnoxious. Why is it in the game? Final Fantasy 16. Why they gotta show this scene? Why they gotta show them in the bed? Can't they just tell me? Da 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 da. I'm supposed to have an adult conversation with a dude that's too much of a fucking pussy to look at this as an adult with a mature brain and just say, oh, so that's okay, so I'm getting more lore of what's happening with these characters. I'm getting in depth of what is happening here. Oh, that's right, you don't even fuck your wife. Tyrone does.
Only that too, but also, I'm using Cyberpunk as an example too. When he was making his character, he was it gets you the dick size. He was still bitching at that.
Of course he is. Phil's a bitch. 100 grade A bitch. But he wants to get on this soapbox and tell you, all of you, and me, that he wants a mature conversation. Motherfucker, I will run laps around you in a mature conversation because you're fucking stupid. You're dumb. You don't leave your house but one day a week. You have no idea what's happening in the real world. You get your information from Twitter. The place that tells you you're to hate everything and everyone. I see posts about people saying we need to hate Berserk. I'm seeing posts of people saying we need to hate the author that made Redo of Healer. I'm reading posts saying, oh God, I shouldn't say this. I'm going to be canceled for this, but I'm going to say it. I got posts from a black man telling me I need to read the manga Dog Nigga. But I'm supposed to have a mature conversation with you.
Shit, look at that. Look at the whole thing with going on with the Harry Potter, because I like Harry Potter. But J.K. Rowling, apparently, if you like Hogwarts Legacy, you bought it.
Yeah, who gives a fuck? Yeah, but you're part of the problem. We had what is it? Damn. What is Anne's character? I can't think of it right now. VR, whatever the fuck they are, it doesn't matter.
VTuber.
VTuber, thank you.
I'm thinking to the.
Whoa, but I'll let that. I'm dead serious, Vanguard. That is a manga made by a black guy to make fun of Young Ripper. He's got four. Yeah, it is a 4-volume manga.
Yeah, I like Young Ripper's comic books run, sort of.
Oh, you read that?
Yeah.
I haven't read it. I just seen it. But I see that on my Twitter, Phil. But you're trying to get worldly news off of Twitter. You're trying to get game news off of Twitter.
So they can make money on YouTube. They're all fucking greedy.
Okay, Phil, where do I make money? Where do I make money? Where does Elite make money? Where did the detractors make money? Listen,
Pot me kettle.
yeah, you do this for money. Your whole shtick is getting money. Thank you, Vanguard. Thank you. I don't want you hurting me now. Please don't hurt me.
Hurt him plenty. Hurt him plenty.
But it just kills me, though. I mean, but he wants to have a mature conversation. If you cannot look at a sex scene in a video game, or a implied sex scene in a video game, or a topless woman in a video game, you are not capable of having a mature conversation.
Also, Ice, don't interrupt you. In a real job, he wouldn't make it because his boss yelled at him. He would not handle it well.
That was bad back. That Seattle was supposed to fix. The bad back that you promised Panda Lee or Panda Ree that you would sit there and have the surgery done once you got to Seattle. The surgery that's still on indefinite hiatus many years later.
Shit, but this boy Panda Ree left. The bitch is married. Oh, you have a fiance, if I'm correctly.
Exactly, Vanguard. According to Phil, though, we're idiots because we work a 9 to 5. We work jobs, so we're an idiot. Remember, on President's Day, he was pissed because he couldn't get paid on the 21st because of President's Day, and he said, "Take your fucking ass to work, bitch. Take your ass to work and take your ass to work, bitch." His words. His words. Like, people aren't allowed days off.
And also, apparently, people who hate him, it's thanks to us that his pay pics get money from us, from our tax.
Yeah.
From our tax.
Thank you, Zarglow. Yeah. Go out and take your ass to work, bitch. Thank you. That was the phrase. But Phil's the only one.
Like us.
You know, but Phil's the hardest working man on the internet, who sits on his ass, belches farts and burps in your ear all goddamn day, begging you to give him dollars so he can eat a fucking takeout meal that he's too lazy to drive 5 minutes down the road, pick up his goddamn self. Or tell his wife, "Hey honey, while you're passing by the Chinese restaurant, how about you pick us up some udon or something?"
So anyway,
yeah, cause like
I
think people who do 9 to 5,
completely 100%.
who got a job that this dumbass gets money from this dumbass pay pick.
Things went smooth.
Yeah.
However, there were still people who tried to pull me in, right? These idiots trying to get me to go on a fucking podcast that I never was never.
All right, how about you trying to pull LTG in to fight you in Street Fighter 6 to be bigger than Evo? How about that? How about where you were literally trying to force your will on another human being to fight you in a fucking video game? How about that drama? I bet you won't mention it. I bet you, Phil, $100 you won't mention it. Let's see that. Let's let him cook.
Oh, and the drama that he brought up when LTG pretty much blocked his ass. Because he got a huge hissy fit about that.
That's why. Let's see if he brings it up. Let's see if he brings it up.
He tried to make shit up and talking shit about me. People making documentaries about, right? Which is
Phil, is it on the internet? Is it a documentary style video? If it is, then it's a documentary. It is a documentary about you, about the information that is readily available to anyone. So it is a documentary. Just because you don't want to consider it a documentary, because it only puts you in a negative light, because they can only get their information from you, what you say, and detractors, kind of says a lot, Phil.
Hilarious. The whole term documentary is hilarious, because if all you do is research shit that's already on the internet, and you regurgitate it into a 2-hour video, and all you do is add a little bit of commentary, that's not a documentary. Everyone else did work for you. All you did was regurgitate the
Guess what, Phil? And people that do historian documentaries are watching a fucking video that probably people that are no longer on this planet fucking made already. Guess what? The people that wrote the history down, guess what? The motherfucker. And the lion walks up to the unsuspecting hyena and bites him on the buns or bites him by the throat. That has already been done. The person is just reading the shit. What do you think news anchors do?
You know what's really telling? He goes on and on about how the detractors have made all these videos about him. Where are your fans to make videos about a man that they worship according to you?
And
the fans that devote themselves to you.
And that, I said that.
Only one did it, and that was fucking terrible.
Or when side scrollers you give them for the interview and they were asking for information, there seems to be an awful lot of lacking in the actual support for DSP.
Here's the thing. Craig said 3 people that was from DSP's community actually reached out to him, and then they made multiple sock accounts to do the same thing, and they already knew it was them.
That's what to say. It fills the entire fan base.
And also, Ice, if you want to go by that logic too, so that means his job isn't exactly a job either, quote unquote job.
Exactly.
The game developers made the game, and so he's piggyback off in them.
Exactly. This shows you how stupid Phil is in that area. He needs Phil. I'm telling you, if you ever listen to anything I say, shut the fuck up. For once in your goddamn life, shut the goddamn thing that let words and food go. You shovel food in. Shut the fuck up. Stop talking and play the fucking game. Because you're speaking on shit you know nothing about. Big up, Ramen.
the toxicity and the
Dance. What is up, my man? Yes, it is evidence.
Nothing besides a little bit of commentary on top.
Hey, Ramen,
Big
ups.
What up, brother,
add anything. All it does is kind of summarize.
Just had a fine spaghetti dinner, boys.
So
okay, Phil. I wasn't gonna bring this up because I was gonna save it for a Street Fighter stream, but I'm gonna say it right now anyway. Phil, you know you sit there and bitch at people doing a pattern and playing top tier characters. How come when you were losing those money matches, you were using top tier characters? Sentinel, Cyclops, Storm, Cable. I mean, you were using all top tier characters and still getting your ass whooped.
You was a walking ATM.
Good seeing him handing that money over on camera. That felt fucking great.
Exactly. So again, speaking on shit because he thinks, hey, Will Swade, big ups. He thinks that nobody listens to him because he thinks, oh, I only get like 100 to 200 to 300 views on my own stream. Then I can just say whatever the fuck I want. It's a public stream, and people can go right back and reference what the fuck you say, and then go back further in time to when the event happened and find it. Again, shut the fuck up. You're not a news style type of stream. You're a bottom bitch beggar. That's what you are. Yeah, why? I got one better. Why was there bitching when mashing and he's doing the fucking same? Exactly.
With all that going on,
Oh,
right?
yeah,
will you do an interview with the guy who did the documentary and this or that? And ultimately I said, no, I'm not doing any of that, right? I'm staying out. And the funny part is, someone actually asked me a question last year, and it resonated with me. They said, you know, Phil, all these people on the internet are constantly talking negatively about you. Any of these people, do they ever actually, like, reach out to you to talk to you, right?
The answer is yes.
Yes, a couple.
And you're going to sit here and lie and say they don't. Many a detractor has literally reached out to you on Twitter and on YouTube to talk to you.
Want to burn the emails too.
Prophet has offered to help you when you had computer issues. Prophet was willing to help you when you had internet issues. He actually reached out to you. King Jed reached out to you. So yes, they have. But you're about to sell me a bridge made out of matchsticks. Sell it to me.
They ever go to you for information or to get your side of the story or whatever? And I answered very honestly, no, not once. In all this time, 15 years I've been on YouTube and all the negative videos and the documentaries and everything done, not once.
I know this is going to sound like
ever made a legit effort
repeat line over and
to
over
get
everywhere
my
on the internet.
actual side of anything.
But everyone has already said so.
Instead,
They don't
it's
need
always
to.
you
You
believe all the
constantly
toxic
do it on your
shit and just report the
pre-streams.
toxic shit and
Exactly. And Vanguard brought RTU was willing to give Phil a PC to help him out. Yes, the 13 core Threadripper. The Threadripper. And Phil got pissed. Phil got pissed at Rich because Rich mentioned it on his own stream, where he has every right to mention it. And Phil got pissed because Rich mentioned it even though he was talking to Phil privately, while Phil at the same time was trying to con his fucking fan base out of $3,000 fucking dollars for a PC. That's why he got pissed off, because it broke the scam.
Not only that, if he didn't trust Rich, that Rich put some software in it, he just fucking reset it to default and to make sure they have any software he didn't fucking want.
Dude, all Rich said was, hey, just pay for the shipping. I will send it to you, just pay for the shipping. He was giving Phil a $5,000 machine for free.
Shit,
Just
I'll pay for the
pay
shipping.
for shipping. It might have cost him $150 to $200 max. If that. And if it was a high-end Threadripper, it would have been $13,000. So you'd be getting a $13,000 machine, $5,000 to $13,000 machine for free. But it broke the scam. So Phil got pissed and called off the whole thing.
I mean, shit. Even if it cost me $150 to ship that thing, I would have cost them another $150. Say, hey, listen, I know you're doing me a solid. Here's a little bit extra. It's not much, but it's what I can offer you, dude.
Yeah,
I would have kissed that man's ass.
Exactly. Wells Wade said it best. He doesn't want help. He just wants money to spend in stupid shit, never to improve. Exactly. He sits there and says, hey guys, we've done all these improvements on my stream. No, your fan base has done all the improvements on your stream. You haven't put in a single goddamn dollar to improve your stream. Camera, fan. Ring light, fan. Mini computer, fan. PlayStation, fan. TV, fan. Capture card, fan. Jasper's fuck treats, fan.
Quote unquote, Baldur's Gate.
Fan.
What the game you play?
What is it, the Brothers Grimm or whatever the hell the name was?
What's the game you play that you like a lot?
The Gundam game?
It's a Gundam, Gundam, well, the robot game.
Yeah, Gundam. Battle Operations 2. I played the fuck out of it yesterday.
Yeah, that one.
That's a free game. It's a gacha game, and I haven't spent the time on it.
No, damn it, it was one that you own. Left me, can I remember? That he FRC Armor Core.
Oh
yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Armor Core. My girlfriend bought it for me.
I think it means Phil.
Oh yeah, no, Jay gave it to him. Time Go bought it for Phil. The last few games he's played, fans have gotten for him. Phil hasn't spent a dime on his business. Phil, I have a gaming rig with 2 monitors. I have a backup computer that I'm about to get over at my new place to set up so I can do dual computer setup to take the load off of this computer. This is all off of my dime, Phil. I'm not sponsored. I'm not partnered. I'm not any of that shit.
You're better than me. I got a laptop, bro.
I had a real good job before they shut the doors. But I want to know what from Sherry's Bakery. Mini PC, that a Bitcoin mining machine, that spyware from China. Yeah. Oh yeah, my girlfriend's always getting me stuff retro.
At first seemed like it was going to be new.
Like, I'll just be like, oh man, I'm looking at getting that. And she's like, alright. And then she'll come like a day later. Here you go. She's like, wait, what? Oh, okay, sweet. Thanks, man.
For their own purposes. They
Like,
wanted
I
to
think
be
my girlfriend got me an Oculus Quest 2.
Yeah.
I've been doing a
to
show of that.
spill the beans on everything, and now we can be notable because of it, and it didn't work.
Phil, am I notable? Are the detractors notable? I mean, they control the narrative, yes. But they're not notable. Like, Golden Triangle Gaming is not a household name. Anleet's not a household name. Tevin's not a household name. Hell, Sons of Kojima's not a household name. Aisha Yamamoto is damn sure not a household name.
Well, I go to my schools, all I hear about is talking about you, Ice.
You know, Hum Along If You Can't Sing Along is not a household name.
Mexicano 12 is a
Not a household name. Rydrake is not a household name. None of us are household names, Phil.
I've been hanging out with the wrong crowd. I've been lied to.
Now, the shit they were trying to
Yeah, Jay got scammed.
So obviously it never was going to work. These people were.
My wife is like that. Gotta love it. Yes, maybe Gundam.
So basically, I see
anyone can do DSP content easily.
all year, but all right.
He's not exactly hard.
Always in the back of my
but
head,
he's
I'm
fair enough to
always
do it.
wondering, and I've told you guys this too. I don't think anyone's ever going to give me a fair shake
Oh, right here.
on the internet. I just don't believe it. It seems like everyone is out.
You've
for the
been out
drama.
for multiple
Everyone's out
chances,
for
you
personal
goddamn
gain.
tell, man.
What's
You don't
better?
want a fair
to
shake.
completely
You want
spin
people to
something
kiss your ass.
way
That's the
that makes
difference.
me look horrible.
No, the whole purpose behind that comment, Falcon, is no one doing troll content as a whole is a household name. There is no shining detractor, troll, hater, or critic that everyone's like, that is the fucking man. He's sitting on top of the fucking pedestal, showered in tribute, sponsorships, fucking Ridge Wallet, goddamn NordVPN, Honeypot, and any goddamn thing else. There's nobody in a detractor community like that. No one.
Maybe Tyrone, because everybody knows Tyrone.
Yeah,
But if you listen to Phil, his whole community should be eating good. His whole detractor community should be eating fucking prime fucking rib, fucking meat falling off the bone, nice ass Gordon Ramsay rotisserie chickens and duck and filet mignon, goddamn beef Wellingtons, immaculate spaghetti, and all that shit with that fine wine that's been aged for 100 years with the pinky extended. Nobody's eating like that. And if they are, it's for their real job outside of this shit they do for fun.
I don't really consider myself a detractor, right? But shit, if that was the case, I wouldn't need to work, my job.
The reason he's not shitting on the quartering Vanguard is because Phil knew he fucked that up. You're hungry. Up. And there's Icy, my girlfriend. She's angry at me. I'm talking about food and she's hungry. The reason he's not shitting on him, Vanguard, is because Phil mentioned it one day. He said, I did that interview with the quartering and he caught shit for it. That is the only person Phil has admitted that doing that interview actually fucked over the interviewee. Well, the interviewer, excuse me. Jeremy took such a hit from that, he got in bed. Pope Spot, big house, my man. Good to see you.
Because Pope.
Jeremy from the quartering went in damage control and got in with Ricada Law. What's the other guy? The one that was screaming about pronouns. Heels versus Babyface. Heels versus Babyface. LawTube. That Umbrella guy. Raging Golden Eagle. And Yellow Flash. He got in with them to get rid of the blowback he was catching from doing the interview with Phil. And Phil knew it. That's the only reason he didn't set up any boundaries from the Side Scrollers interview. Because he knew what would happen.
And even the whole thing with Yellow Flash and that Umbrella guy, that didn't go anywhere either for the Quarter Pounder either.
Believe it or not, the Quarterly's doing well for himself. Not only does he do whatever his actual job is, he's selling coffee and making a shit ton of money out of it. This dude had to break himself away from Phil completely, get away from interviews completely, and just talk about dumb issues that we see every day. And it worked out well because people want the content. Phil wants to shit on this type of content, even though he said he wants to go into this style of content. He wants to go into political content.
He's gonna die if he does political content. It is not gonna end well for him.
It's like, okay, you want to go into political content. Okay, Phil, I have a question for you. A very simple one. One that's an age-old question on the internet that people are still arguing about in Congress to this day. When does the conception of life start? When is it okay to terminate a fetus?
Oh, that shit show.
It's a shit show, but this is a political question. He wants to go into political realm. There is no fence sitting on that question. It's either you got to pick a side on that. The moment the egg becomes inseminated, or the moment they decide that the heart starts beating, or the development of the brain starts. You have to pick a side.
Oh yeah, no, I got my own side.
Or okay, Phil, do you think men that are transitioning into women should compete against women in women's sports? This is a political issue, a hot one, in fact. What is your opinion on it? You're not going to give one. You're just going to say, oh, everybody should be able to do what they want. That's not a statement. That's not a political take. That's riding the fence, and you will get shitted on by both sides. Pick one. Or, Phil, what do you think of all the wokeness going on in media today? What do you think of companies firing prominent white men that has given their companies millions for lesser men and women to meet a diversity status quota? What is your stance on that? Where do you sit? You want to step into that realm? That's the shit you got to be ready to start firing off answers with. There's not going to be, well, we have to think about it logically. They are doing this, and we need more of this, but we also need this to stay where it needs to be, but this might fall. No, it's either you agree with it or you don't. Plain and fucking simple. Exactly. Should men transitioning be allowed into the women's restroom? These are questions, Phil. This is part of that spectrum that you're talking about you may go into. You will be devoured by people. If you can't give me your honest opinion on a video game, how can I expect you to give me your honest opinion in the political realm? Do you think a judge should remain on the bench for a scandal? Should they be taken off the bench? Should the Supreme Court justices be voted in by Congress because of their political takes? These are questions, Phil. And if you're not prepared to answer them, don't bother. You have to be cutthroat in that world. That is a world I don't even want to step in. Because that's a bigger shit show than the gaming community.
For clickbait.
Yeah, the mental health crisis in America. Exactly. That's the thing. Phil wants to talk this shit and knows nothing about it.
views that will benefit you.
I
Or
see
to
if he
actually
ever
show
goes
me
into
in a fair
political.
light. I'm
They
not
will-
even saying show me
They
in a
will
positive
they'll
light.
make him a new one.
Yeah, exactly, Pope. That's why I said this man is not ready for a mature conversation. If he cannot handle sex in a video game, he is not ready for a mature conversation. If this man cannot see where he's wrong about the Cannon Brothers and the rollback netcode, despite being shown numerous amounts of copious evidence, he is not ready for a mature conversation.
I'm saying show me in a fair light to actually have another side of the story.
Phil, you have had 10 plus years to tell your side of the story. In fact, I will read it to you, guys. I will read to you. I will read it to you. I will read to you my post. I did a long one I shouldn't have. I always say I shouldn't have. But let me see. Where the fuck did I put it? Here we go. Exactly. Like I said, this is what I put on my Twitter. I said, They Call Me DSP thinks this doc will help him, but there is too much to go over that you're going to hide and have a lot of things that have said about you, ranging from your past and present. Not long ago, you were saying that if detractors were no longer on this planet, it would be better for everyone. That's positive? I think not. Not even that long ago in COD, I'm supposed to put easy money, I put East money. Easy money better show that easy money or easily get banned. Phil keeps saying things that in the light that keep him in a negative light. His Street Fighter, where he insults the player and gets angry when someone calls him out on it, and he said no one made him say that. He says it in anger. No, Phil, you're still toxic and you always are going to be. And you're going to have at Mike Klum edit out your begging like you do in your streams? I get this is a show on Phil's life and so on, but this dude has told his story for over 10 plus years and even had a quote-unquote fair shake with At the Quartering. No insulting statements, no detractor memes, no personal questions, just the things he talks about, tells everyone every day. When he had the tire stolen, he said he told his wife to park in a better spot. She's at work. How does that work? Or how he refused blood work for his cat and said it was over $300, but bought a $300 fight stick, PlayStation Plus, and another copy of Street Fighter. I'll wait to see what is put out, but at the end of the day, Phil is the one that caused his own misery. He made the Nazi joke for Dead Space 2 demo and got banned for that, but that's other people's fault. Till next time. That was my post. I wasn't going to do it, but I said fuck it. Let's see. Craig showed him a fair light. Adam didn't even look up DSP at all because he wanted to learn about DSP himself. I think not. If Mike goes easy on him, it's going to be a lose to all credibility. DSP is beyond salvation at this point. This bit is awesome. Yeah, exactly. He has admitted that he tells the side every day. Exactly. Every single day, he has told his side of the story. He's mad because nobody is co-signing his side of the story. Grab a girl and don't wait. Take her virginity without permission. From Marky Mark video maker DSP quote. Oh god, I gotta see this. Let me see. Let me play it. Hold on.
Smack it in the face with it. If they say to stop it, just ignore them. They keep on slapping. Remember, yes means no, and no means yes. That's right. See, guys, grab a girl and don't wait. Take their
Wow! Oh, he said more.
virginity without permission. Rip off the pants and get to your mission.
What the fuck?
You goddamn. You know what? You sir, right? Everything you're gonna.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that actually makes me think what I was going to bring up when Phil got banned from Twitch.
This dude
For the,
is.
what was
He
it,
thought
hate
it was
speech?
funny.
Yeah, hate speech.
This dude literally thought it was funny to make a song, I've already song, about graping a woman.
Yeah, remember that This Is How You Don't Play for New Year's? I mentioned that.
That's what you
I
were
was trying
talking
to
about.
the wrong possible how fucked up it was. You know, reason I know, because Soma Julius Cruz lets endure of it.
Oh
The
my.
first time I ever heard that.
Good job, Phil. Like you said, Vanguard, there we have it.
Hate speech. Duh. I never did hate speech. Phil, you might want to check the record on that.
Exactly, Mal.
Yeah.
They picked top tier characters. Goji Tanks picked Sean.
Especially during Prince of Persia 2009.
Oh my god, Phil. Good job.
To see what
Jesus.
it's actually like from my perspective, to go through this, to live through
What
all of this
perspective?
slander and nonsense that's happened to me for all these years. To
I got
just
so
be a
much
guy
to say,
trying to
but
get by with my
I'm
community and having a good time
don't
and
show
ignoring
myself.
all the bullshit.
You abuse your community, Phil. That's what people
And he's
see.
also called Soup.
Look, even even BITW awesome. Negative pays well at DSP Gaming. You've been on both sides. Uh-oh. Let me see what this one is.
It's
Could you
comparable
go
to
ahead
it's never ever about.
Let's see what this one is, chat. Or hear it.
Greetings everyone. I'm sorry to all 26 of you for not uploading more archives
Okay.
at all.
Alright.
Violating videos each. Clearly an attempt at intimidation, since a third one is all that is required to glass this channel to the fucking earth. And this dude knows full well he can file that final claim anytime he wants. Anyway, I've received several strikes against this channel by Wings of Redemption. Yeah, right. Infringing on the copyright of Darkseid for his live performances. I know what you're thinking. Aren't the live performance copyright strikes for live performances that are typically, in real life?
Okay.
And you'd be correct. Why he thinks nuking a sock account on YouTube means something is beyond me.
Yeah, there's probably more to that, but yeah. Phil also made many Asian jokes. Oh yeah, he's made so many Asian jokes. I've lost count a long time ago.
And then how we hear that constantly this stuff is
I
going
know
on
they were
outside,
doing
right?
Canon Lunch 2
So-
he did the most.
Basically,
Yeah.
all right, I got contacted.
Cameron, you can't forget that
Who is a
the
neutral party.
joke from Death Space,
Someone
quote
who
unquote joke.
does not stand to benefit by actually portraying me in an incredibly negative way.
Phil, no. If he does the actual interview, and a true not interview. If he does a true documentary on you, Phil, you will be in a negative light, and you will be fucked because there's nothing positive about you.
Because it basically.
What link, Vanguard? I don't see one. I see Blue Cactus, but I don't see yours.
Let me put it this way. If you're someone who wants to actually make real content, if you're not
I think
someone
he
who's
meant
drunk, if you're not someone who is
Yeah, 'cause I-
Like you were watching earlier.
again,
Oh yeah, because I have it already up there now.
someone who all of your content is based on
Could be
making
wrong,
someone
though.
look bad, correct? If you're someone who actually wants to make legit content, then you actually have to be fair. Because the moment that you're not, who else would ever want to work with you again?
All right, Phil. This is what I said earlier too, Phil. If we're gonna be fair, Keemstar has fucked over people, and people still work with him. In fact, he has spoke very negatively about both Boogie and Wings of Redemption. And now what? He's got them working with him.
Yeah, and funny thing about that, from Wings for themselves, like, if we do sure, well, we need to put Keemstar be the first Keemstar to be first victim of it or so.
Yeah. Hold on. So, hold on, Vanguard. Let me see, because I am curious of what you got. So I'm gonna do this temporarily, so you can put the link in. I made you a standard moderator, so put the link up there so I can see what it is.
If you portray someone in an unfair way that makes them look awful, then no one else is ever going to want to work with
What
you.
I thought about that too.
He put Boogie in a very negative light. There was nothing positive about that Boogie documentary. Phil, people can put you in a negative light, and still people will work with them. Because that means they're not afraid to show your bullshit. They're not afraid to show things that might be questionable from you.
And there's been a lot of people that, when that happened, they become a bad person from it. It happens.
Exactly. Thank you, Vanguard. Let's see what this is.
And then to your right, the dormitories. Just make sure you pick a bed aligned with your innate magic. If you pick one that's not aligned, you'll be getting, like icicles up your butt if you're a flame mancer, and you'll be getting burning sensation in your nether regions if you're an ice warrior, so you don't want to have that.
Always talking about the ass. Always talking about something going up your ass. Phil,
He has a fetish.
what is up with you and assholes?
Good
Yes,
thing
that's-
Oh, wait.
humor is the best
I'm
humor
sorry.
ever.
I'm sorry. He likes Cat pegging him. I keep forgetting this.
Understand? It has to be some way where you're actually being fair.
Yeah, he damn sure did.
All right. So, basically, I was contacted by Mike Klum, who
Contacted by
did a
Mike
documentary
Klum.
on Boogie. And before everyone freaks out about this, because I know a lot of people saw the Boogie documentary and were like, "Wow, that documentary was not positive. That documentary was very negative. It shows all the weaknesses."
15 years of
all the
scat
shortcomings,
and a beggar's
the
legacy.
fact that he basically pissed his life away, all his money away, that he's a toxic guy who falls into drama and he has all these issues. You're right. But that's what they wanted to do with that documentary, you understand? That's actually what they wanted to portray in that documentary. That was the whole point.
And what do you expect your documentary to
show that
be?
side of his life, which I guess they felt had never been really revealed before.
Like, what is your
That's
documentary
exactly
supposed to be?
what they were going for, okay? I was contacted by Mike, and he says, basically, this is fascinating. There's people out there who want to see a documentary about you, but he didn't know that much about me, okay? So, by the way, and just for the record, this was months ago. This was not yesterday. This was months ago, okay, where we actually began talking behind the scenes about stuff like this. And basically, through a series of conversations, okay, that I had with this guy, as I explained my story to him, he was basically like, so this is completely different from Boogie. Yeah, it's not even close. My life is nothing like his.
No, your life is exactly like Boogie's. You had a lot of money. All right, let's go down the facts. All right, let's go down the facts. He made an STG joke that pissed you. Like, yeah, he does that. Like I said, if you're gonna make those type of jokes, then make those type of jokes all the time and deal with the repercussions of those jokes. Or don't say them at all and make them in private. You could be a closeted, bigoted racist and nobody would ever know until you let it slip out. But let's go through. Let's go through it, Phil. Here's your story. You were born. You went to school like every other kid in America. You possibly got picked on. You got valedictorian at your high school because the standards had to be very fucking low for that, for you. Unless you were very book smart. You may be. I don't know. That's debatable. You got into the fighting games. You got into Street Fighter. You've played Street Fighter 2. Well, technically you were in Marvel vs. Capcom 2 first, and then got heavily into Street Fighter 2. You got to the point where you were decent enough to actually start going to EVO when that started being a thing. You lost every Evo you went to. You got 4th place in one Evo because people boycotted the version of Street Fighter 2 Turbo that was being played at said tournament. You were preparing for another Evo where you and one other gentleman trained for 6 months, according to you. You trained for 6 months, and when Evo came up, well, the qualifiers to go to Evo came up, you two were the very first match against each other. It was rigged against you. You were upset that they didn't give you any scrubs to fight. You're past the scrub phase. That's how you got where you were. And dude soundly kicked your ass and knocked you out of the fight in one go. You did a few more Evos. John actually went to Japan for Evo because he did so well, unlike you. And then you decided to give it up because there was no money to be made. And you were kind of still going to tournaments while doing the YouTube thing because you lost the helicopter company job. And you were told to put the camera down and stop filming. You told the guy, you need me to run, I'm going to fucking hit you if you call me out again. You said you need me, where am I playing? You still haven't fucking told me. You need me to run your tournament for you. So you were disqualified. Does that sum up your career, Phil, leading up to your YouTube years? I think that pretty much sums it up. What's up, Liquid Carl? Big ups, my man.
You know, in my opinion, and this.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. Fiery, what is up? Good to see you. I also missed that you made a lot of money. You were doing Project 7 with John Howard and Respect the Pack. You had a 18-year-old girlfriend whom you said you two got together soon as she turned 18. And you're claiming that you started talking when she was 18, but you just moved in together when she turned 18, which would indicate you were talking to her when she was 17, possibly 16, getting her built up to the life that you were the picture you were painting for, that it's all sunshines, rainbows, and unicorns, and Care Bears, and that turned out to be a lie. You then fucked over John Howard, Respect the Pack. They quit Project 7. You had This Is How You Don't Play Metal Gear Solid 2's made about you from Evil AJ because they didn't like the way you were shitting on Kojima or shitting on the game. You were saying you were the best fucking player and it was the best playthrough out there on YouTube because you still had that mentality that shoveling out shit was the way to go, and people would just eat it up, and they weren't. People were starting to get sick of you. A lot of your fan base turned on you, becoming detractors, and the Sons of Kojima was born, so on and so forth. Then Sons of Kojima did a lot of bad shit. The swatting, you blame people for trying to cut off your electric to your house or your condo, even though in a previous video you decided to show your electric bill on camera, and I quote said, "Who cares? Everyone knows who I am and where I live anyway." Yes, you gave out 6 empty game boxes. We watched it on Densey Scrolls. You gave out 6 empty game boxes, 2 or 3 games that actually had the games in them, and 1 PS4, because your words were Panda was moving in with you, and there was no need for you to have a second PS4 when she could have had it, if she wanted it. You moved to Seattle because Project 7 fell apart. You shitted on everybody. I forgot. T was killed. You cried about that a bunch of times.
All right.
What's up, Viking? Then you had the whole scandal with the escort saga that you still blame the detractors for, even though they were the ones that cleared you of any wrongdoing of that whole situation. But fuck it. Even though Kat was being flown out to see you, so even though the story itself was false, there was still some truth that a woman was being flown out to see you.
Yeah,
You-
but the most important part to him on that, sorry to interrupt real quick,
Mm.
is he's crying and bitching that, oh, they didn't apologize.
Exactly. They
So
put a horse
fucking
head on
what?
it.
Also,
I do get that some. Don't get me wrong. If we were wrong, we were wrong.
Well,
But
that was the
For
thing.
this motherfucker to be expecting it,
Well, because he has an apology fetish.
exactly. Excuse me.
So,
I didn't mean to interrupt.
oh, you're fine. Let's continue this. So then,
Well,
Ho-
he
ho- ho-
me about the entire escort saga. He was bitching about being single, and then tore into another fan because he was the king of suffering. Remember that one?
yep. War Dog leader when Panda
Yeah,
Lee
War
left
Dog
him.
leader, that.
But let's
I
continue
know
first.
you
So let's continue. So you left. You went moved across the country, so you didn't have to be in Renton anymore because you knew people were looking to kick your ass. You were done with the FGC. You got to your new place. You did everything there. Blah blah blah. Oh, and when you played Jason, I'm getting ahead of myself. When you played Jason Friday the 13th, and somebody said you're the guy I'm watching Switch, you masturbate in front of children. You said, "Oh, you guys must know every inch of my dick and balls." Technically, we know your dick size because of that one video that you accidentally clicked to go live on YouTube was you shaking your hard dick in your pants in front of your phone. So let's not forget that. You decided to make the Nazi joke on Blip TV, Isaac Heimler. And that got you yeeted off. Teesprings, you had Teesprings, you were selling shit merchandise, you were not updating the merchandise, you're not putting anything out. And they eventually canned you because, well, you weren't moving anything, so they figured you were a dead customer. You got kicked off of Stream Elements because of Isaac Heimler once more, and that lovely video of you saying that the Star People needed to die in a Left 4 Dead 1 playthrough you did, which I cannot find that clip again because it was yeeted off.
No, he just says he hates them.
No.
Uh,
No.
Wait, in the Left 4 Dead clip?
Yes, all right. I'm just gonna say it. I'm gonna probably get struck for it, but fuck it. The clip was struck from Raven's stream because I saw it on his stream, and he got a strike for that. So I don't know where the original video is, but it's a spot in Mercy Hospital where Francis is saying he hates elevators, stairs. He basically hates everything. And Bill asks him, "Is there anything you don't hate?" And Phil cuts in and says, "I hate the Jews. They need to die." Phil's fucking words.
Oh, I found it.
Oh, you found that clip?
But it's I use pigpigo.re, and the video itself has been removed for violating terms of service.
Yes,
But
because
it was there
yes.
back in 2009 when he said it.
Okay, thank you.
And
So
it was Left 4 Dead, yes. So you're right.
So he made business cards for when he went to MagFest and all that, which had his name, his address, his email, and his phone number that he was passing out to people. So
why do you have his address and his phone number?
I don't know. He bought a BMW that he didn't have proper maintenance on because he thought BMW was going to call him and tell him it's time to get it inspected and all that good jazz.
Well, the light came on, but they never called to tell me what it means, guys.
Yeah. So then he gave a board to Howard. Howard gets said board fixed. He says, "When are you going to give me the board back?" Howard said, "Fuck you, I'm keeping it." Tells Howard, if you on my last day, if you were really my friend, you would come over and play games with me. So Howard stopped and canceled his date with his girlfriend, the woman whom he fucks nightly, to play a game with your sad drunk ass. You filed for bankruptcy later, begging people for money for your lights, your electric, and your mortgage, and your internet. The $3,500 Hawk statue, yeah. And we're still begging. So is that your whole life story right there? I just summed up in like 20 minutes. I think it does, Phil.
In my opinion, other people.
Sorry for the boring story.
I feel like in my position is a much better position than his. You know what I mean? Like him, he's in horrible hell. Financially, he's distraught. He can't make ends meet. He's desperate.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Like
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I forgot about that, Vanguard. You managed to get Tevin kicked off of Twitch for over a year. And who knew that Tevin would come back stronger than ever on Twitch, and he did better than you, and is doing better than you. Amazing.
And don't forget, he claims he didn't do that.
Exactly. Phil has struck many people under many different accounts.
And for doing better than someone else, Phil, he didn't. As far as I know, the other guy didn't file bankruptcy. As far as I know.
Yeah, Boogie hasn't filed bankruptcy to my knowledge. He's just a pathetic fuck.
That can change. Don't get me wrong, but as far as I know, he has yet to do so.
Keyword yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, as of yet, he has yet to do that.
Yes, the long
and gotten lucky to have it pass
because
of a pandemic.
Exactly. The Lolcow podcast, or Lolcow Live now, Phil. 50 grand, all three of you, just to get together one day a week and just talk about random, everyday bullshit of your choosing. And you turned it down because you didn't want to talk to Keemstar.
And then when you did talk to Keemstar, you had your ass handed to you during it because you got caught up for the hypocrite you are.
Exactly.
Keemstar to make money.
And you would have made money.
In a real desperate way, right? That's very much not the case. Okay? With me.
It is the case. Your case is worse.
Then what is the case, dude?
Your case is worse because you are begging for the very money that you want when Boogie and Wings went to Keemstar, did a boxing match, which was more like two fat guys, two beach whales flailing at each other, even though one was just getting the shit beat out of them, and made 10 grand from that, 50 grand from doing the podcast, assuming they've been paid, and still making any other monetization off of that channel. Where are you sitting at, Phil?
I have a successful business.
Here's the two things I find interesting. First of all, we're talking about him having editing his sources to what's his name for the what's it called? I'm brain farting now.
All right, come back to me when you get it.
But he's also doing that other channel bit.
I love what I do for
yes.
Where he posts his channels, his own stuff.
Out of a horrible
How heavy edit do you think that is to try and get it up there now? And what's going to be cut out? I would love for somebody that actually good at editing compare the two. His original compared to this, if they can find it.
That even though
I've
made all of these improvements over the years.
Hold on, what did you say?
And I am not
let's go back and look.
Every day. I love what I do for a living.
No, you don't. You don't love what you're doing for a living. It's clear as the nose in your face.
A little bit after.
Making it happen, right? I'm getting out of a horrible financial position in my life.
That right there.
Already, and
no, you're still in that financial problem.
Exactly. I was gonna say, then why the fuck are you begging every day? If you really weren't that good off or getting out of it, you wouldn't be fucking begging. So don't fucking lie, dude.
And I am not representative of what people make me out to be anymore. Maybe one day, 10, 15 years ago, I was really bad.
You're still bad. You
still are.
That hasn't changed. You have and always will be a toxic person. That is who you are.
Obstinate. I was stubborn. I was stupid. I said and did awful things, right? And I got away with it, basically. And now here we are 15 years later, and I'm still able to run a business, albeit a much smaller scale business than what I used to do. But I'm still popular, I still have a fan base, and people still talk about me, right?
No, you don't have a fan base.
People have to know about AI. What's your point, Phil?
You have dents who have been brainwashed. They think of you as the gouty savior, the one they need to look up to, the one, story time, that'll deliver them to Dentum. You will lead them across the lands to Milk and Honey, where Jade can freely roam around in his wheelchair or possibly get up and walk. Where OIC will be the best little dick sucker he can be for you. That little shake and bake will be there to clean your royal penis every day as you demand it. They will give you tributes and shower you with riches. But the unfortunate truth is, The detractor horde is always right behind you, nipping at your feet, nibbling on the bones of the fallen dents who got left behind because they were too weak to make the trip, or they stepped out of line and was et tu bruted by their own. You will never make it to the land of milk and dentum. You will never make it to the land of the money. You had it. You had the wealth, the power, the glory, and the fame. And then you fell from grace. How does one such as thy, Philip Burnell, fall in such a way? No man should fall such a way. But Phil still presseth on, begging for thy tips, begging for thy engagement. One day we shall see the greatness of Philip Paul Burnell. But until that day, we must watch him struggle against the hordes of detractors, led by the angry, evil black man Tevin, holding up the flag, telling the detractors to charge and trample upon all that Phil has worked for. The tables have been flipped. The curtains have been torn. The food has been smashed. And Phil still sits on his half golden toilet.
You fake someone as a Brutus. And what it's basically you Brutus.
Oh yes, thank you, Thyre. I missed that one. Okay, I gotta redo this. I gotta redo that part for Thyre. Darish, Phil's own flesh and blood son. He'll be able to frolic and fondle and be a fornicator with the most gorgeous of women of OnlyFans. He will not be made fun of. He will not be tricked. And most important of all, he will not be blocked.
Problem is constant misrepresentation.
That funny thing,
all
those people already died in some way.
You're right.
Not that long after, due to multiple reasons.
Yeah. All I see is full of cringiness.
And no one listens to me when I say.
No, he didn't fall. More like stumbled and rolled down the hill.
This is me talking to my
brown shit.
Already. It's like what do they call it? You're preaching to the choir. You guys already know the deal.
And
right?
he waddled away.
The fact is, most people don't. There's no central place you can go on the internet for the story of Darkside Phil. It's this detractor
they
content,
can.
this
They can
detractor
watch
content,
you directly and
this
watch how toxic
documentary
you
that's
fucking
way
are.
outdated and has outdated information. This documentary that just
Women will
regurgitates
be
the
lucky and not see the toxic side. They'll see the boring side of him.
You can go.
Phil, we'll see.
Stop touching your face, by
Okay,
the way.
so
sorry.
Here's the thing with that. Here's the thing, Phil. So our unsung hero, our underdog, Philip Paul Burnell, DSP Gaming, he is looking for an ally in this sea of despair. His conscience weighing heavy on thy mind, wondering, will he be able to continue to pull his Hogans? Hogan, give me strength, for they know not what they are doing. But it's all of his making. He's looking for a bard's tale to sing of his song. Toss a coin to your beggar, O Valley of Plenty, O Denties come to me. But
okay. I can nicely answer to Will Slade's answer about OIC. It's a simple thing. OIC is just a pathetic loser with nothing out and too much money.
Yeah, that is true.
Like,
prayer hands.
People have way too much money and they'd rather on this guy for pity.
Yeah. And see, right here, he is literally asking for a pity party. He is doing the same thing Boogie did. He's sitting there telling you, I am not like Boogie, while asking for a pity party like Boogie. And it's like, Phil, how? Just how? I have no endorse singing. Aww. Nobody likes my singing.
I heard worse.
Not gonna lie, that was super well done. Better actor than Phil did with Project 7. Believe it or not, I don't want to sound like Phil and go into story time, but fuck it, whatever. In my childhood, after my... this is going to be really depressing. My mother, my father, my brother, my stepfather's passing, I acted to keep myself sane.
So also not the little run figure? Is that where we're going?
No. That's what I did to literally pass the time and keep my sanity. I acted. I'd make up...
That's it?
I made scenes.
Different.
Huh?
I was kind of expecting something else than that.
No, that's pretty much it. It's just after everyone died and I was living with my grandmother and my uncle, I just took on acting as a way to keep my sanity. And I would act out wars. I would act out alien engagements with aliens, even though I usually ended up dead in those. I would do medieval battles. I would... Whatever my mind could come up with, I was acting it out. So, I have some experience. And plus, when I write and I come up with a new character, I act out that character to see if they fit the role I need them to fill.
Oh, damn, we need a writing stream.
Please, Lord Hogan, give me the tips so I have money on my day off. Hold on. Please, Lord Hogan, give me thy tips so that I may have the coin to spend on thy day off. I need thy cheeseburger so that my horse will stay strong and pull thy carriage. All characters must be cat girls.
And they must do the Uma voice as well, make it a little bit cursed.
Oh, God. Alright, why are we spinning? Why are we spinning? No spinning. Stop spinning.
Maybe we'll save it for the Netflix adaptation.
Why is this being stupid? Don't be stupid.
I want...
Oh, there we go. Oops. Alright, there we go. Alright, cool. I hate when this thing decides to...
People don't.
There we go.
There's no central place you can go on the internet for the story of Darkside Phil. It's this detractor content, this documentary that's way outdated and has outdated information, this documentary that just regurgitates the detractor conspiracy theories. There's literally nowhere you can go to say, I want to learn about Darkside Phil. Why does everyone talk about this guy?
Okay, I can answer that for you, DSP. I actually can answer that for you. It's quite simple, in fact, DSP. You see, when people make videos and whole streams about you, and it's all negative, it's because of the antics of the day, or the day before, or the day after, or people just have multiple things to say. Everyone has their own opinion. Like I do, I have an opinion on you, and I voice that opinion from time to time. And so does Ann and Shinko and numerous other people. They all do this. All of them. Now, your fan base can do the same thing. They could make streams and videos talking about you in a positive light, saying, Phil's a swell guy. We just did, this is a freebie to you, Phil. This is a freebie to you. So, take it, Phil, take it. They could bring up, hey, for Christmas, Phil gave out 10 memberships to the community at his own cost. Phil had 3 copies or 2 copies extra of RoboCop, and he decided to give them away to people instead of hoarding them for himself. Phil makes me laugh because he's always talking about poop jokes, poop and butts.
Maybe he could work at TSA.
I'm just saying, people can say things positively about you, Phil, but the bigger thing is, other people have to be willing to listen. And in this great big truck called the internet is filled with...
What up, everybody?
Hey, how you doing, Lewis? It's filled with a lot of content that is anti-DSP because you give out that content.
Yeah.
Nobody decided.
Coming in nicely.
No one decided I'm just going to shit on Phil and that's going to be the end of it. No, you did something for people to start doing this, and that's what happened. And you unfortunately cannot handle what's being said about you, even though you try to say you don't. However, you have admitted that you've watched detractor content, or it's brought to you. It's brought to your secret Discord that doesn't exist, that you've had to remake 3 times. Tell those very people to start making positive content about you. See if it takes off. And tell them, don't pull a you and be afraid and block all comments. Let the comments be there. Nasty or otherwise, that is still comments. That is still engagement being brought your way. And the algorithm, the wonderful thing you're trying to catch on, is going to see that and say, hey, let me signal boost this so people find it easier because it's getting engagement. But you don't allow this. So with not allowing good and bad engagement, you are not getting signal boosted by the algorithm to push you forward.
And here's the other thing. Anything that comes up that he doesn't agree with, he thinks unless you catch it immediately and put it up then, it doesn't count. Like anything he said, like, oh, look out, she's black, hide your wallet, whatever the hell he said.
Oh, yeah, she takes them both out, boom, steals the black pack and runs away.
Or the slave trade joke. That's within like a year.
Yeah.
If you don't catch him on it immediately, he doesn't think it counts. And it's, oh, that's a million years ago. That's not me anymore.
Yeah, and then it was brought up.
That long ago.
But remember, that was brought up, and he said, well, I didn't see she was black. But no, that's how everyone took it. That's why it came out like that. Because everyone saw a little black girl, and you said, fire up the slave trade. Sell it right off for profits. Don't let her out of your sight. She's very valuable. I mean, if that's the character you want to be, then be that character. Commit to the character in that character's entirety.
And I love how Craig and what was it, Adam? Sorry,
Adam and Craig. Yeah.
Because like, where does the character begin and where does Phil actually begin? Because you have no separation.
Exactly.
Hey, I wanted to apologize to Dunce real quick. I pocket him in my mistake.
It happens, man. It happens.
What up?
Let's see here.
I mean, Dr. Disrespect is a perfect comparison because Dr. Disrespect is a character. The person that, when he turns out the camera, is a completely different person that I know nothing about.
The only time we saw a true Doc was when his house got shot at. That character went away so goddamn fast.
And that's my point. Like, you know what the character is, and you know what the person is. You can see the clear difference. Phil, there is no such thing.
Exactly. Like, another one, Phil, I'll use myself. When I play certain games, like Final Fantasy VII Remake, the Gundam games, or any other type of game where I am a character that is a mercenary, I play a mercenary. Aish Yamamoto, the mercenary. But when I am done, you know when that character has disappeared. And you have the regular person.
You're a person? I've been lied to.
No one can tell that with you. And there's only 2 explanations for that, Phil. Either 1, you're one hell of an actor. Or 2, exactly, it's who he really is. There's no in between. So either you're a hell of an actor, or there is no separation.
I think that was no separation, but that's my opinion.
My Mustang is a V6 40th anniversary. That's okay. Believe it or not, I had a 1999 30 year anniversary GT.
Car repair segment. Better a test drive segment video coming in nicely.
I don't get it. And get an actual answer that's fair and makes sense.
Phil, you're not always going to get fair. This is the problem. You're not going to get fair. You have not done anything to warrant fair. The best you can get is somebody like Side Scrollers listening to you and then telling you to your face they don't believe you. That is the best you're going to get.
And afterwards, milking it for what it's worth for the 2 days or so. Or was it a week?
So, after having talked to Mike, all right, the idea that we came up with was to do a documentary that's going to, for the first time ever, and I'm going to say this, likely for the last time ever, cover my actual real story.
The story you've been telling us for 10 plus years. The story you've been saying on your channel for 10 plus years. The story that everyone has heard for 10 plus years. Yes, I know I'm repeating myself. This guy, in the words of Ann Lee, factually, is going to regurgitate his own story again that we've already heard. Factually.
He wants a
So, but let's hear what Phil has to say about it. Come on, Phil. Sell me that matches bridge. Actually, no. I'll be nice, Phil. Give me the Micro Machine bridge. Sell me the Micro Machine City with the bridge.
Start out small, work your way up.
Right? How I got into games.
Right now.
What it was like when I was a kid. Asked my parents, what was it like raising Phil and stuff like that, right? Going through the arcade days, going through the Street Fighter days, growing up in arcades, and how it became this kind of, how do they say,
why so you can spin it into a lie?
And shit talking was encouraged.
He's gonna try to lie somewhere.
Wait, shit talking was encouraged. Hold on.
To my competitive Street Fighter career in the 2000s, and how it became an innate part of who I was for a very long time.
Okay, if it was an innate part of you for a very long time, then why did you leave it? If you feel that strongly about the Street Fighter community, why did you leave it? Why that you sit there and say shit talking was encouraged when we can go to the Dead Sea Scrolls and see where people did not like you, where people were shitting on you because you were shitting on everything that they stood for in that community. What was it like raising Darkside Phil? Let me guess. Oh, that's right. The same as raising any other fucking kid in the world. Either they were a good kid, they were a mixed bag, or they were a handful.
He has the most mundane, coddled childhood of everyone. There's nothing exciting or unique about his story.
Exactly.
For everything he does.
It's Monday, but then he's sitting there saying, what was it like raising Darkside Phil? The same as raising any other fucking kid.
Who do you think he was? Michael Jordan?
Exactly. I don't see you hosting an Evo tournament. I don't see you being the commentator. Besides that one, and dude had to actually say something to you. He wasn't being mean. He wasn't being mean. The guy had said it when he was talking on, I think, the group thing. He wasn't being mean to you.
You were just being an outlandish dick.
Exactly. So, what was it like going into FGC? The same as any other fucking FGC person's story.
What was it like taking your first piss alone? Like, who gives a shit?
Like, what was it? So, hold on. So, tell me, Phil, what was it like joining the FGC? What got you into for this?
I signed up.
What was it about those cabinets that got your blood boiling? That warrior blood boiling that you decided I'm gonna be a fighter.
This is where someone cuts in with Mr. Crab, and he just continually says money.
Exactly. Or should we do it in Baki's terms, Phil? I can go Baki. I can go the Baki route if you like.
Money.
So, we saw here we have Philip Burnell seeing the cabinets and all the fighters in their glory. He wanted to be one of them. He decided to pop in that corner. Marvel vs. Capcom 2, and it changed his life. In the beginning,
2005 was the year.
In the beginning, when man discovered he had hands, and that if he balled up each finger, they would form a fist. And that's when man knew man was ready to fight. Their bodies were made to fight and do combat. They have hands, they have feet, and even their teeth can be used as a weapon in combat. So Phil decided to take all this that he has known and put them to the arcade cabinet. As the fingers move and the joystick is going back and forth, you can see the button presses quickly sending them in microseconds to have that character on screen throw out a kick, a Hadouken, an optic blast, a berserker rage. But then it hits. Fatigue. It comes without warning. It strikes without mercy. And Phil was laying on the ground, holding himself, because fatigue had struck. He'd never been pushed to the limits. His body was not ready. Until his one and only friend in the world showed up, T. Carter. A black man who lived in the same area as Phil, who has been a competitor for years. He trained Phil, took him under his wing. He showed him the tricks of the trade. Until eventually, Phil's mentor was shot dead from looking at a man's dick on the side of the road. Phil was never the same after that again, and vowed that he would continue to fight in T's name, that all those who stood before him will crumble at his might, his fighting spirit raging on!
Well done, sir.
I'm sorry, I got nothing left. I can't continue it any further.
I think Phil should fire Mike. I think Phil should fire Mike and have Ice do it.
Why? Why Ice? Why Ice?
I'm standing outside of DSP's home in Renton watching it.
Should I stay in the Baki voice or should we move it to another? Oh wait, hold on. I got one more in me. Okay. What was his character in Street Fighter 2? Vega? Or was it DJ? I forget. DJ. No, it was Ken. Because that was always the joke. Once the Ken. I'm standing out. So here I stand. No, I'm sorry. Gotta get it right. So here Ice Yamamoto stands at the House of Greatness. Inside this very abode is the man who made 4th place in EVO with the mighty warrior Ken, who had fire Hadokens and Shin-Yu-Ken uppercuts. His tale was legendary. He beat those who were better than him. The road was paved in blood, bruises, and broken bones. To this one moment to fight an Asian man who's been playing since birth. He come out his mother's womb with the fight stick in hand. He was a prodigy of Evo. They said this man was destined for greatness. And here is Phil, the American, the best fighter in America, to challenge him. The kicks came quick. The fireballs were swift. And it was a sound defeat. Phil lay broken. Ken was screaming. Even though he had switched to Vega, Ken was saying, I can beat him! Phil, choose me! But Phil was like, no, I must go with Vega. The wall dive will see me through, Ken. I'm sorry you understand. The teachings of T, the spirit of T is in me, calling me for me to use Vega. But it was not meant to be. I will learn all I can from Phil. I will listen to his every word with bated breath. I must cross this threshold. You can just feel the aura coming from the door. Phil's aura is strong in this home. Ice knocked on the door, nervous, shaking, even sweating profusely.
The alcohol sweat drifted out the window.
Ice.
That's not the order of a fighter, that's the order of an ass. That sounds very realistic.
Hey, somebody's bleeding through. I don't know what it is.
Lewis, you're bleeding through, bud.
Anyway, this was saying.
I got it.
As the door opened up, Ice was standing there, greeted by Phil's humble wife, Kat Burnell. She's been here for many years. She knew her man well. She made him snacks in the form of Street Fighter. They offered Ice some water for his journey. They could see he was trembling. She offered him a hand towel to dry his brow, to wipe the brow. Ice struggled to find his words. He was about to meet the living legend, the 4th place EVO champion. The best fighter in all of North America was right up those stairs. But the aura was getting stronger. It was like dark energy pushing down on him. He knew he had to fight through. Each step was just like concrete on his feet. It was like he was not making headway. Breathing became difficult. He had to grab onto the wall. He had to grab onto the stair in front of him. But Ice continued to soldier on until he finally got to this room, this very moment, where history was always being made. Ice took a hard swallow, the saliva going down his throat. The gulp could be heard throughout the entire house. And he heard that voice. Hi everybody, it's DSP here, and today we're going to talk about the gaming industry and how Bobby Kotick was finally got out of controlling Epic, or whatever the company it is, with his golden parachute and $2 million fucking dollars. All that and more on DSP's Level 1 podcast. Ice walked in.
So that's how you do that for for a Star Trek theme.
Ice walks in the door, and Phil is sitting there in his chair, in his Zelda jammies. The dark aura still there. Every fiber in Ice's body is telling him to run, that the stench of death was right there. Phil could snap him in half with just a twist of his pinky finger. And Phil said, hello, Mr. Yamamoto. Please come in. Guys, we have a very special guest today. We have right here Ice Yamamoto. He hails all the way from the East Coast to talk to me, to get my side of the story out for you and my detractors and those who do not know my side of the story. Please, Ice, have a seat right here. I'm sure you met my loving wife, mother, Kat. I struggled to find the words. He was really sitting in front of Philip Burnell. He was fumbling. His lips were trembling. And he finally had the courage to say, "Thank you for having me, Mr. Burnell. It's a great pleasure to meet you." And Phil leaned back and said, "Oh, Mr. Yamamoto, it's okay. There's no need for that here. We are friends here. Sit down. Finish drinking your water. Finish wiping your brow. I can see the sweat coming off you profusely. Honey, the DoorDash driver couldn't speak English again." All right, I'm done. I'm done. I'm fucking done. I'm fucking done.
You're gonna have 2 chapters. This speaks James Lesson by miles.
Chapter 2. How to survive. Pay attention first. Just nature fills aura.
We had difficulty breathing. I thought maybe it did.
Oh God, this is Ice Hansen. This is the Catch a Predator.
Yeah, I said he's not sleepy if he's doing this.
I just finished in a hospital room after he passes out. In the
Sleep available on Little Monica, says Tyree.
Oh, God damn it! I need to stop doing that.
Street Fighter, how that turned into.
Got the first
What I was saying, Chad, about
this
earlier.
doing content on
Got the
YouTube.
Papa John's.
Not very many people.
Shouts out to the Poultry Leg World Order.
Commentary style.
Between
Oh, wait, what?
How that turned into a job, becoming a YouTuber, right? And how I somehow got.
So, right here, Ice was listening intently to Phil's story, telling him the exact same story he's told for 10 years, possibly longer. But he wanted Ice to be the one to tell his tale to the world. Ice sat there, leaning forward, with bated breath, scribbling down every single syllable. Enflé du fromage.
This is doing comedy. Not very many people do, right? The improv commentary style. And basically making it
Shatner.
Shatner.
Oh, damn it.
Chris, Yamamoto.
Hold on. We gotta do this right. There's a stain on the seat. Some stain. Damn it, Phil! I'm a filmmaker, not a chiropractor. Now doing this.
I was.
And has Cobra playing his devouring Papa John's. Oh God, no! Have you taken your medicine, Ice?
But most people won't give
There's
me
a
credit
ring
for
of
that
big
because they
grease
want to
around
know
his
this
toilet.
person and this person. I was the person who made it mainstream popular on YouTube, and then everyone else decided to run with it and change it up and do it differently.
So as you hear right here, Phil is telling us the same story. Ice had to now put this in a way that his audience would enjoy this and that this sounds fresh, but not Subway fresh. You know, Subway had a problem promoting freshness because their advocate for freshness, Jared, was eating fresh. Too fresh, in fact. So, yeah, we don't have enough crayons for this. Exactly. This is Ice's jab. So,
Jab.
how do we put this in a way for Phil? Okay. So I sat there.
No one likes you. Can I continue?
I sat there listening, and a thought occurred to him, and he started typing down it immensely. Here's the quick edit that we could surmise in such a short notice. Phil was the first one to do commentary on YouTube. He was putting games out, unlike anyone else you had ever seen. He was giving commentary like never before. Phil was the master. And the internet was his paintbrush and he was making art. The words popping out at you. He was using his controller upside down at times, even playing with his tongue while giving commentary. His crowning achievement was Isaac Hamler.
You know, not gonna lie, for a minute it sounded like you're gonna start doing a Pokemon song.
He wants to be the very best, like no one ever was. Bow, 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 bow.
To put content out there like no one ever did.
Yes. Roll out that content. He travels far and wide, playing games very poorly. Da, 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 da. Holding a controller above his head, insulting Kojima was the cause.
Yes, wish you were dead.
This show is in production by Duty Strings Incorporated, Naisho Moto, music by Avika Incorporated. Oh God! Yeah, maybe we can get a triple deal going. So Phil told us the story of how he was the first on YouTube. It may or may not be true. I have no way of confirming or denying his information. But I do know there was playthroughs before YouTube. Isa did his research. He heard about it. There was people that did playthroughs on other websites. It didn't make sense what Phil was saying to him. He just couldn't fathom what Phil was saying. But perhaps Phil was the first on YouTube, but not the first to do this type of content. But it didn't matter. He must make this story sing in Phil's name. The bard's tale must spread far and wide across all 9 realms of Phil's greatness. His rise to fame before the fall. To be continued.
But I was the guy who made that improv commentary style popular. All right? Then, after that, you know, the entire story of how I became popular for a 2 or 3 year period. I was one of the top YouTubers.
Wait, 2 or 3 year period? That's it? Oh my God, how do you spin that in a positive light? How do you spin that in a positive light, Phil? 2 or 3 years, guys. 2 or 3 years. Not 5, not 6, not 10. 2 or 3. He's not even sure. Oh my God. Ice realized the task in front of him. It was big.
So he got staying on that couch.
Ice realized that.
And 10 points to that, and not question that at best.
We're going to the bar. Ice stopped singing. Ice realized that that deathly aura he felt, it wasn't the aura he thought of Phil Burnell. It was something much more sinister. It was the aura of the souls that had been crushed, the dreams being destroyed. It was the many souls of Philip Burnell that was haunting him, waiting to be set free.
Still burns.
These ghastly, unearthly souls and figures. That's what Ice felt when he walked to that door. That is the purplish black presence that he sees, just shining off of Phil. That was the terrifying aura that has plagued this one streamer. But Ice knew if he wanted to be like Phil, he had to persevere. He had to be strong. He couldn't lose his cool, or he would be swallowed in the aura of sorrow and sadness himself. Will Ice lose himself in this? Or will he continue to push through and come out of this unscathed? Next time in Philip Burnell's house, The Beckoning. Dun, 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 dun.
But then how
Dragon Burnell.
against me, how it turned to the crowd against
Very
me,
good,
and
sir.
how that
Carry
affected
on.
me, how these groups of
Okay, we'll go back for that one.
I was one of the top YouTubers, but then how This Is How You Don't Play soured public opinion against me, how it turned to the crowd against me, and how... So, alright. Phil told Ice that This Is How You Don't Play by Evil AJ, a man that deserved to be taken away by the White Coats, making that This Is How You Don't Play Metal Gear Solid Sons of Liberty soured his public image, that fans were turning against him in droves. Ice thought, how could he put this? How could he make this make sense? How could this be entertaining? And soon an idea struck.
Make it like Dr. Seuss. The kids will love it.
Phil was playing the game Metal Gear Solid 2 was when his woes started. He couldn't understand the rations because the game did not come with instructions on what to do in this case. This was the first time that Phil had actually tried his hand at tactical stealth espionage. This was a new, uncharted territory for Phil. He wasn't sure if that warrior's blood would get pumping again. Would he get that fighter's high? Would he be able to go toe-to-toe, blow for blow, kick to kick with his opponents? We now have guns involved. That changed the battlefield. That changed the landscape. Could Phil persevere? Phil lost his cool. He took one too many blows. He tried to hide in a room with a TV as an enemy sentry walked in and spotted his butt wiggling in the air. It angered Phil. How could I, the great 4th place Evo warrior, get tripped up by such child's play? This mere soldier should be Thanos snapped out of existence with my power. They are only trying to mimic a fraction of my power. But it wasn't enough. Phil tried and failed and tried and failed and tried and failed. He was rising to the occasion, but to fall. Then finally, someone in his fan base decided, I'm going to make fun of this. I'm going to show this man's greatness, his downfall. And he went and grabbed it. He made a This Is How You Don't Play Metal Gear Solid 2. It angered Phil, his warrior spirit wounded, deeply cut. He was like an injured animal, cowering in the corner, And the only way he knew how to get out of this alive was to fight back. He'd have to bite, go back to those basic instincts of man. Make fist, use your teeth, use your head, use your legs. He had no way of attacking this new foe that challenged him, that challenged his very masculinity. So he had to attack, and it had to be swift. The Art of War by Sun Tzu. Strike like the wind. However, Phil failed to have one key component. He had no army to strike with at this time. This video came out. Fans started turning on him in droves. They saw him as a laughingstock. That this one video showed all his flaws in one simple format. He was angry. He had every right to be. His livelihood was on the line. His pride as a fighting warrior was on the line. His years of a combatant were now being called into question. His years of being a gamer was being tarnished by this one video. What was Phil to do? He attacked. He lashed out in anger. He punched, he kicked, he screamed, he bit, he chewed, he headbutted. But it wasn't enough. More people saw it. More people started to gather around. More started waving the banner of Phil's failures and shortcomings. And for the first time in Phil's life, the army against him was building faster than he could quell it. The yellow turbans were building. Let's continue.
How that affected me, how...
Damn, I want to hear more of that story. Do it till midnight. Maybe 3 a.m.
God damn it, Falcon.
How it changed everything. How they staged attacks against me to ruin the business, and how I went on a big decline as a result of stagnation and bad choices on my part, but just as much their actions as well.
Okay. So Phil, right here again, he was telling his life story of the rise and fall in a 2 to 3 year time span. We've now found out. Ice was listening intently. He was trying to figure this out. He had to figure this out. He had to put Phil in that positive light. But it just kept sounding like it was on Phil. How do you make that positive? So Ice did what he knew best. He swallowed hard, wiped some more sweat from his brow. His work was cut out for him. It felt like a noose was tightening around his neck. If he upset Phil, that 4th place Evo champion would break him in two with this flick of a wrist.
Alright, someone needs to cut this up and send this to Phil. This is hilarious. I want Phil's reaction. What do you think out there? Send this to him for part of that.
Let's somewhat debunk this, what you're saying. Maybe Ice or Souls knows better.
Wait, what?
Reap said, is it true that Derek makes DSP schedule like the stupid layout?
I do not know. I know he does. I want to say no, but I know he does his tier makers. Cobe's making the apple mead. Oh man! All right, hold on. I gotta do one for Cobes now. We gotta take a segue to Cobes. Okay. Here we have Cobes, Cobra, the mighty Cobra, the man who can make his own mead. He is there in the kitchen making his mead and making his beer spaghetti. Some say it's insane, but this is the same man who ate a brain bug sandwich. Cobes, the master of crafting, an entrepreneur of his trade. Can he continue this? What next can he do? What next can he make that is more outlandish than the previous item? He's making apple mead. He is making jail mead. His family is afraid. His father was trying to defend his one and only son, King Cobra JFS. It's understandable. Any father would want to defend their son, their own crotch spawn, their own brood. Cobra, the man who fell from being drunk one too many times. He lost his faithful companion, the bearded dragon. Puff is hibernating permanently. Puff walks with the prophets.
In the warm aquarium of the sky.
Yes, the warm aquarium of the sky. He will be missed. He was a trooper.
R.I.P. Puff. You were a real one.
Puff, who never complained, his faith never wavered.
But had to listen to a complainer.
Exactly. Puff, you will be missed.
I just had a hilarious image in my head.
Huh.
When Mike does the documentary, he talks to Phil's dad. It's like, so when Phil's in trouble, what did you do? I sent a picture of a fish I caught.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just pictured this look on Mike's face like, wait,
Yeah.
what?
But Phil admitted that he shouldered some of the blame for his failing channel. He was losing popularity, losing money, losing subs, losing fame, losing the women. Phil knew he had to turn it around, but once you start falling into that pit of despair, it is hard to climb up it. A rope won't help you. Rock climbing gear won't help. You need a helping hand. But Phil knew he'll get out that pit. So he shouldered that blame. But he also said this is how you don't play, also needs to shoulder the brunt of his troubles. For because they made this, people started laughing at him, not with him. Understandable from any man in his position. However, angels fear where fools tread, or fools tread where angels fear to go. Phil went down a dark road, a road full of misery, despair, trials, tribulations, heartbreak, and backstabbing and outright betrayal. He was betrayed by his fan base. He was betrayed by his most trusted and loyal friend, John. He was betrayed by Respect the Pack and Howard, and Panda Lee, who was supposed to be the love of his life, who was ready to give him a crotch spawn.
Not forget Curse and Machinima, who failed.
Yes. Curse, Machinima, and Blip, who all turned their backs on him.
Edge failed him. Everyone has failed this man.
Panda was ready to put out. Panda was ready and willing to spread her legs and start the insemination of their species. That Phil's spawn be a mighty warrior like him, like Yajiro Hanma and Baki Hanma. However, it was not meant to be.
And basically doing all of that in a way that, number one, covers facts, but also is entertaining.
Did you see what Falcon wrote, or Cactus?
The last thing you want to do.
That should give Phil power, people laughing at him. And oh man, yeah.
Below and something.
Oh yeah. Panda was a slave he bought from the market for 65 gold. Oh shit! Oh, hold on.
People.
Hold on. We gotta get that right. We gotta do the scene now. Phil walked into the markets. Hustle and bustle. There's people all around, buying and selling goods, trades, food, weapons, people, clothing, cars. You name it, it was being sold. Phil walked in with his cloak, his head covered, his body covered from the sun's overbearing rays. There was a man standing there, a line of cages. Women of all calibers, shapes, forms, and sizes. The man said, "Pick one, sir. I guarantee the quality. And they make good housewives. They will sit home and be ready for your every beck and call." Phil removed his hood finally, letting that slick hair of his finally show and glisten in the sunlight. His patchy beard tightening and curling and giving his color back. Phil was turning into a young man, spry young man, right before our very eyes. Phil said, "I don't want to be too obvious, my good sir. I need something young, but not too young. Something It's still learning their place in the world. But
Street legal.
people will not question me when I introduce them. Ah, you have a keen eye, sir. I have just the one for you. Come away, right this way. This lovely gal right here. Her name is Panda Lee. She's young, but not too young. She will not ask any questions. Nobody will question you about this. For a mere 65 gold, a humble 65 gold, Panda Lee can be yours, my good sir. I guarantee her the product and quality is good. And they're housebroken. Phil said, well, 65 gold, that's quite a deal. Here you go. He drops the coins in the man's hands, and the man rubs them together. He even pulls one out and bites it to make sure it's authentic. Ah, thank you, sir. You won't regret this, I assure you. He walks over, pulling out his keys. He flips through 3 of them, puts it in the lock, and unlocks it. He goes, well, Panda, you finally are going to a new home. To a man that will take care of you, who will nurture you, give you food, give you water. And he will also make you bear him a sire. Panda looked up, her hair slightly matted. Life finally returning to her eyes. Hope! The one thing that had been so long gone. She sees Phil, and she goes, thank you, master, for purchasing me. I will not let you down. Phil said, nonsense! I am not your master. I am simply Phil Burnell. He was a gentleman. He took off his cloak and quickly covered his newfound possession. She looked up, smiling. A man, for the first time, who did not see her as an object, but as a person. He covered her. He protected her. The very thing she wanted. They started to continue their way through the markets. And she said, master, I am hungry. Phil said, nonsense. No maid girlfriend of mine will be hungry. We will go to the food stalls. Pick out your food. Pick out your wine. I have it. I must make sure you are happy and satisfied. Phil, the absolute gentleman, the absolute Chad, the pinnacle of man, the one that manhood should strive to be. There were some stall merchants. Fresh meat here. Fresh off the cow. Fresh meat. Get your water here. If water's not your fancy, we have wine. Lovely boxed wine. Get your corn over here. Fresh from my stalks. Phil said, Panda. He leaned down, holding his arm out in front of him. An all-you-can-eat buffet. Go, my dear. Pick what you like. I will pay for it, and you can eat like an adult. Finally. Her eyes lit up, becoming big as saucers. She couldn't contain her jubilation, and took off without warning, leaving Phil behind. Phil laughed and chuckled to himself. He said they grow up so fast. He followed behind her in a nice, casual stride. Panda couldn't decide what she wanted. There was sushi. There was fish. There was fried chicken. There was turkey. There was meat. Whatever her heart desired. She didn't know what to pick. She looked back at Phil. Master, what should I get? Phil said, pick what you like. Whatever you don't finish, we can take home and you can finish there. So, she got bread. She got butter. She got chicken. Fish sticks. Mozzarella sticks. A turkey. Some boxed wine. A thing of ale. And a thing of orange juice. And some milk fresh from a goat. The price came to exactly 43 gold. Phil shrugged off at the price. Money was no object. He pulls out the gold pieces and drops them in each person's hand, each vendor's hand. They thanked him and shook their hands at him. They walked and sat down. there was a jousting tournament not too far off. And she goes, what's that? He goes, it's jousting, where men prove their loyalty and bravery and strength to the king and queen, being me. So they watched Panda seeing these new things never met in her day in her life. She watched intently, bated breath. Who would win? These two men in armor, their bodies encased in armor, horses cased in armor, riding in a circle with these long stick-like things. She didn't know they were javelins. People were cheering and booing in the crowds. The two men charged each other, horses in full-blown gallop. One knight raised his shield, the other leaned his lance down. They collided into each other. One lance broke from the knight wearing red, the knight in silver, laughing at his opponent, for his lance was still intact. The knight in red threw the lance down and got a fresh one. Two charged again. Phil is clapping his hands. Bravo! Bravo! The two men clash again. However, this time, the red knight scored a victory. He scored the killing blow, slamming his lance dead center in the chest of the silver knight, knocking him off his horse. The crowd cheered and booed. Some in suspense. Gold was exchanging hands. Illegal bettings were going on. Phil just chuckled, for he knew all that gold was coming back to him anyway. Panda ate till she was fat with food, full of mead and boxed wine. Phil said, "Let us go, Panda. I must take you to the castle so you can learn your new job. Your new life begins now, and by tomorrow you will be an expert in your job." End of chapter. Oh, I'm sorry. End scene.
Yeah, what about the Red Knight being the pyro wizard that burns stuff down?
Yes, indeed.
These are tales of
I don't want to make
With Sir
a
Ice.
about me that's sad. What's the point?
I mean, your life is pretty sad, Phil. Like, and when I say sad, I don't mean, disaster after disaster sad. Not like your parents were murdered, your cat was ran over, your wife left you and took the car, you were kicked out of your house, and you got spit on by a bum sad. But it is sad.
But I always say there's two things out there that can change your life, and they can either be an epiphany or a reckoning, and I wouldn't want either in DSP's shoes, because both just spell fucking doom.
Exactly. Cat is the Subaru.
But that does remind me, Ice, I do have good news.
Oh?
Remember my friend's dog I was telling you about was sick?
Yes.
Well, they did have to have surgery, but the vets are expecting a good recovery. They're just keeping it overnight for observation.
Thank God.
So,
See, we have good news. We have good news in the sea of despair.
So I just wanted to make sure you guys knew that, and if you see Heather, let her know. Just to let her know that. Yeah,
Most definitely. Thank you for telling us.
Yeah, man. Good news. I'm glad to hear it.
Exactly. It's always good to hear good news,
Yeah.
regardless of how small it is.
Yeah, apparently, it was eating couch stuff and like that, like the was just building up in its intestines and blocked everything.
Oh, man.
Oh,
So they had to go. But fortunately, it wasn't a major surgery. They got in, cleared out the blockage,
yeah.
and insurance is covering most of it, from what I've heard. So they're just keeping it like 2 days for observation and see where it goes from there.
Gotcha. Yeah, story time is over. The end of the story was DSP took Panda Ree to his castle to make her an expert in being a cleaning maid.
My life is not a sob story.
Molly maid.
It's interesting.
Yes, a Molly
People
maid.
said, would you ever write an autobiography or whatever? Maybe one day I would.
Phil, nobody says your life is interesting. I have never heard a single person... Actually, no, let me take that back. Phil, if you're complaining that nobody's saying anything positive about you, then how are you hearing people say your life is interesting?
But it took Ice to make your lifestyle like a manga to make anything interesting, and most of that was just him.
And I didn't even go as far as I wanted. I wanted to go further.
I'm just saying, like, the more interesting thing was how you were presenting it, not the actual story.
I mean, it kept jumping. We went from present day to medieval to present day, back to medieval to still medieval.
I'm just saying, that made it interesting. That says something right there.
But I never really thought about that. And then when I start talking to Mike, he's like, no, your story is interesting. The more I hear, the more I'm hooked.
Well, that's because you're telling Mike a lie. You're selling Mike the bridge that you built over a volcano that's, that Derek built it with fornicators and diddlers. So we're hoping the bridge catch fire. Yeah, it's his own Sodom and Gomorrah. You're selling this man a lie. You're feeding him a story of lies. If I could really do the accent, I would. But what was his name?
That's what they used to do a Star Trek version.
Was it Frank Castle? Kevin Spacey's character in House of Cards.
No idea.
I think it was Frank Castle.
Frank Castle's the Punisher. I might be getting that confused.
Yeah, it's not that. It's something though.
It's Frank something. Hold on, let me look it up. I have the fucking internet in front of me.
Frank Drakington or something like that. Let's see, Frank. I got it.
How to pull a DSP? Realize you have the computer in front of you for information.
Nice, Frank Underwood.
Frank Underwood. Thank you.
Yeah.
Frank Underwood. I can see it now where Phil just turns around and looks at the camera. If Mike Klum doesn't give me the story I deserve, I think I'll break his neck and shove him down the stairs and set his body on fire and piss it out if I knew it wouldn't start a war.
I want to hear more things about you, about how this journey happened or whatever. This is not...
So actually, there's two things that could be at play here. I'm wrong. I need to clarify this. This is two things that could be at play here. One, it could be Phil is feeding Mike a lie. He's feeding him a lie, and that's it. Two, Mike is also feeding DSP a lie by saying his story sounds interesting and he wants to hear more of it. So there's
just about
yeah. So it could technically be two people telling a lie to each other. It is a possibility. It is and it wouldn't be unheard of.
Well, here's the thing. We always talk about Phil not being able to take social cues. What if Mike's just being polite and Phil can't pick up on it?
I mean, it very well could be. And the thing is Mike is going to say whatever he thinks needs to be said to butter you up. Now, he's also going to say the same thing to everyone else, to get them to listen to him and talk to him. Which is also the right thing to do. But you can only do so much to help a certain person. Now, I'm not saying Mike needs to make this a bad documentary. I'm not saying he needs to make this a good documentary. It needs to, however, it needs to cover his positives and failures. Now, the positives are going to be very few and far between, because I'm sure there are positives there. Not really. But I bullshitted and gave a few earlier in the stream. Phil needs to curate positive moments of himself to pass off to Mike. Now, yes, Mike will know that this is Phil doing this intentionally, but it's also a good shot for Phil. If Darish needs to unban Mike Klum and actually talk to Mike Klum, same as the other person, they need to talk to him because Mike Klum actually reached out to them. But unfortunately, Phil has brainwashed them into not talking to him. Phil is the master of his own problem.
A crying situation about how awful things are. My life is not awful.
Phil, you've begged for years. Your begging started the moment you lost your helicopter job. I need you guys to pay for everything. I need you guys to click the links. I need you guys to watch the hell out of the videos so I can get paid for it. Thanks for nothing, dummy, because that's what you are, a bunch of fucking idiots that pay me money for nothing. This is all you, Phil, not me.
Right? But it stands to reason that to actually have a fair documentary about me that covers everything, my whole history, not just the bullshit conspiracies and negative shit about me.
Phil, if something is a conspiracy, then you need to disprove it. If it really bothers you, you need to disprove it. You need to come forth with evidence to disprove it. If you don't have any evidence to disprove it, then why should anyone listen to you? It's like saying, Phil, you groomed Panda Lee when she was 17 to be your girlfriend at 18. You could say that's not true all day long, but if you don't provide any type of evidence, then people can decide not to believe you. You didn't bring anything forth, i.e. WWE champions. Was it you that spent thousands of dollars on this mobile game? No. Would you be willing to show me your phone or a picture of your account to prove it's not you? No. I need to talk to my wife. Your wife is not the one on the bench in the court of public opinion for playing WWE champions. You are. So you need to be the one to prove it's not your account.
Not to say that stuff won't be in it, but to cover everything fairly and, again, in an entertaining manner. That's really the key here, is to make something that...
Phil, I'm going to say this. Mike Klum did not prove an entertaining manner to the Boogie documentary. There's nothing entertaining about that documentary. He literally just filmed him, said a few lines, paid for his meal, listened to him cry and complain that he needs money, fuck himself on job interviews, and then he left. He didn't do any... Oh, and he played in the arms of an angel when Boogie was sitting there crying that he's fucking piss poor broke. Fucking Duty Streams puts in cute Whiterun every time you start fucking bitching about something, and the music still fucking fits. Like anybody with a brain cell and two nickels to rub together could throw a soundtrack in there that fits that gets in the feels of what they need. You're not missing anything, Reek. I'm telling you that right now. It was a shit show. So stop saying it's going to be entertaining. I get it, you're to hype it up. That is what you're supposed to do. Good on you. But quit saying it before you've even started any work on the project. You could do like one day of the project and decide that this is not the way you want to go. This isn't the direction you're looking at. Or it could be Mike Klum could turn around and go, you know what, Phil? It's not going to work out. I'm sorry. I got to cut early. It's just not working out. There is a lot of things that can happen before this even gets off the ground. Keep that in mind.
That you guys want to watch. That's not just for my haters.
I paid money for this.
It's not just for my fans. It's actually for an outsider as well. Someone who's never heard of me, but said, I hear the name Darkside Phil every once in a while. I wonder about this guy. What about? Can I learn about him? This is the documentary you're going to watch. This hour.
Phil, all right. So is hour whatever. I don't even care what the next words are about. The dribble out of your mouth. I'm not waiting on you with bated breath. I'm not waiting on Mike Klum with bated breath. I mean, Mike's more than welcome to come in the stream and talk to me. I mean, he wants to come in the Discord and talk. We can hash it out right here, right now. But Phil, I'm going to tell you that video is not going to be the be-all, end-all to your woes. It's not going to be the be-all, end-all to your problems. It's not going to be the be-all, end-all to people's questions about you. This video is just going to be you trying to puff out your peacock feathers and wave them around to show you're alpha. You've already fucked up and said that you have the final say-so of what stays and what gets cut out of this documentary. Which, in my personal opinion, you should not be the one that has that power. Yes, I get it, the documentary is about you. But no, you should not have that power to decide what gets put in and cut out. This is his documentary.
The only thing, and I say this to give credit, the only thing I would say would be off limits was anything concerning Panda or Cat, and just leave people not fully involved in it out of it. Mention them, yes, but don't involve their personal life. Like if they're involved with the DSP part of it, yes. But
well, no, he's gonna have to talk to Cat. She married him.
No, I'm just saying. Like, there's a difference between mentioning someone in there and discussing their relation to it, and then discussing everything about her past life in there. Is all I'm saying.
I mean, yeah, the great bust of May 1st is going to be mentioned because it's always going to be mentioned. Like, I mean, it's just like I Show Speed. You know, he's sitting there trying to fuck an animatronic chick and his dick flops out. People still talk about it. It's gonna be talked about. Just like now, people are talking about how his brother choked him out, how he almost set his room on fire by launching fireworks in there. I mean, this is the things people do and talk about. Yeah, nobody gives a fuck about Cat's past. Nobody. But it needs the one thing that needs to be mentioned or have Cat in there is, you know, were you happy, you know, marrying Phil? You know, has your life been better since you've been with Phil? So on and so forth.
I meant like digging into Cat's past. Like, leave that shit out.
Oh yeah, nobody gives a fuck about her past. Like, honestly, nobody. Yeah. Not a single person gives a flying grandma fuck about that.
Yeah, I'm just saying that. Like, even then, if it wasn't, just like that's not part of this ordeal. I would still request to have it left out.
Yeah.
One way or the other. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
But beyond that, no, Phil should have no say in it.
But we all know what this is going to be. It's going to be Phil talking about his past. And then the one day a week, Mike's gonna ride with him to get his groceries, to get his hair done, to take out whatever extra trash he has. Are we gonna get a full look at the Brunel household? What the fuck, Ice? Household.
Should we go to a stable at this point? Because it's got a horse and a pig.
Yeah. No, Boogie's girlfriend's past wasn't in the doc. No, he made her cry during the fucking documentary.
Or 2 hours, however long it ends up being. This is going to be your go-to piece of content to watch. All right?
If the Side-Scrollers interview wasn't the go-to place, what makes you think this documentary will be the go-to place? Like, you're counting your chickens before they hatch.
And you're going to watch it and say, okay, there you go. That's what he's about. And then you can judge for yourself.
So you want a fluff piece.
Have you got with,
the quartering.
Yes, thank you.
Phil, the moment you say, that's the person, that's what type of person Phil is about, that's a fluff piece, Phil. You want a fluff piece. I mean, you don't mind taking shots at yourself when the shots aren't too heavy. But when it's mortar fire, AC-130s, Gundam beam rifles and cannons, hyper mega particle cannons all being fired at you, that's when you don't want it. When it's a Goku Kamehameha wave or a Vegeta Gallic gun coming your way, you don't want to take that. You just want to take a regular Ki Blast, regular Hadouken, regular rifle round, That's a problem, Phil.
You can't handle adult conversations.
Yep.
You treat him like an adult, he caves in. You treat him like a child, he has his ego stroked.
Yeah.
Eventually.
I bet these people will eventually talk about how he cleaned his house on his day off. Yep. When it's cat girls. If he does, then we'll know Mike will be there. Oh, yeah. The thing, like I said, this whole thing is Phil putting on a play. A play for Mike. That's all this is.
Hey, maybe you want to come by and check out my content based on the documentary. Or maybe you're zero interest and you'll never check me out, and that's okay too, right?
I'll be right back.
At the very least, this is really, it seems to me, okay, that this is the only chance that I really have to have a neutral party be involved in making something that actually is fair. That Side-Scroller's interview was a complete attempt at getting me to look bad and get me to confess to shit I didn't do. There was no point to doing it, but I didn't know that at the time. I was promised all these things, and it was all lies, all bullshit, right? The whole thing was basically...
What were you promised? No, Phil. What were you promised? What were you promised, and what was a lie? You always say this shit, but you're not saying what the promise was. What was promised to you, and what was lied about?
If I recall correctly, and don't quote me on this one, he was promised a full interview so that people could hear his side of things. So he got exactly what he was promised, as far as I'm concerned.
And he bailed before they could do the part 2. He bailed. Because he didn't like that they didn't believe him. Again, Phil, you got what you wanted. You're the one that decided to wake up and have the Martin Luther King speech, I had a dream. I had a dream. I will be interviewed fairly. I had a dream that the tractors will be demolished and dismantled and more people will be coming to my streams and giving me money. I had a dream that I'll be wearing the Nazi hat and the vest every day, every stream. I had a dream that I will finally have victory over my oppressors. You didn't have that, Phil. You had none of it. Because the only people that mainly watched that interview was the people that do not like you. Your trolls, your haters, your detractors, and your critics are the only people that watch that interview.
Yeah, and then he talks about, like, if you didn't care, they won't come and watch. Like, Phil, if they didn't care, they're not going to watch your archive or this video that's being made about you. If they didn't care then, they don't care now, they're not going to care in the future.
Exactly. Exactly, Will Sway. Mike has a big endeavor to not fall into pignosis or the doc will just be a massive pity doc. Exactly. That's what it's going to be. Like, Phil says he's this fun, interesting guy, but we never see that. Phil, I've never seen this fun, positive guy you talk about. I've never seen it. I've never seen you get in character. I've never seen you just mingle with your chat about bullshit, even. Guys, we're playing Baldur's Gate 3. I want to play Baldur's Gate 3. I don't want to talk about anything else but Baldur's Gate 3 and the tips you're going to give me. That is not healthy. That is not positive. That is not a good light. Craig gave you a fair shake. He gave you a better shake than the quartering. Because you had no choice but to let him ask you hard-hitting questions.
And yeah, he may have been more aggressive. So did Adam. Adam gave you a fair shake. He was just more aggressive about it.
Yeah, and like I continue to say, they told you to your face they did not believe you. Keep that in mind, Phil. They told you they didn't believe you. They didn't say it behind your back. They told you. You chose to admit that from memory. One too many Chung Lee kicks to the head will do that. I get it, Phil.
Propel themselves to popularity, which, yeah, that really worked.
It did. Side Scrollers is doing better than you, Phil.
Look,
The The Side Scrollers podcast launched well after you, and it's already past you.
Well, the Side Scrollers is not becoming what they thought it was going to be. That I think you can agree with. But to say they're failing, yeah, that's not right line.
Yeah, things change. When you start getting a lot of political figures on your stream, then yeah, it's going to change the dynamic of the stream. That is going to happen. They adapted. It fit more to where, hey, we can actually talk about issues we want to talk about. Now, yes, I don't agree with Stuttering Craig saying you shouldn't play games where you're playing as a kid because it's pedophilic. I don't see how when it is a video game. The character's not doing anything sexual. Nobody's ogling over the kid. Nobody's drooling over the kid. This isn't a Naruto moment where Orochimaru is literally salivating over a 15-year-old boy. If somebody wants to play the Spy X Family Kana game, whatever the hell her little name is, that is their right. Nobody's sitting there drawing her getting looted up or anything like that. It is just a simple game playing a kid with big dreams. By that thought process, no one besides kids should play Legend of Zelda. No one besides kids should play Pokemon. And I will debate Craig that up and down.
Now, if he just said it's not for me, I'm not interested in the game mechanics or the characters, fine, you got a point. That's your opinion.
Yeah, that would be perfectly fine. But to sit there and say people are pedos because they're playing a game that has a kid as the main character, why are you... No, I'm just going to say it. Why is that your first thought? That should never be your first thought.
The stories about the family involving... And there's things about Anya. The girl was in a fucking lab and...
Oh, Anya's her name? Okay.
And you also got... Because it was the same thing, the same question about the film. Why was that your first thought?
Yeah. Why was the slave trade the first thing that came to your mind? This is the thing. The first thing you say normally says a lot about you.
But still, you get it? Like, something like this is different. And that's what I mean, like, what you guys don't understand.
It's not different. Many people have done documentaries, Phil. This is not going to be any different. You're trying again. You were trying to build sell me a bridge in a volcano.
Because I know some people are...
Or let me put it in my terms, Phil. You're trying to sell me a mobile suit that's missing its operating system.
I gave him more credit than I did.
And a junkyard one.
Yeah. Give me a fucking junk mobile suit. A goddamn busted up Zaku 1.
Yeah, even the Water God.
Well, trying to say it's Michael half. Half the Zaku's not there.
Yeah, half the Zaku's not there. I wouldn't buy it without an operating system because then it's just a big ass paperweight. I do hate how he wants to spin the narrative of the interview. He didn't even once try to clarify shit. He just did his whole I'm a victim. Exactly. And that's what they told him. An abusive boyfriend. Victim complex. They told him this to his face. It wasn't like they hid it. And Phil said that the interview did well. That it was a fair interview. This was his words.
And his decompressing video, by the way.
But the moment they did their decompression, then they were full of shit. Then they were assholes. They're the racists. They're this. They're that. Well, Phil, they're entitled to their opinions about you. They told you they didn't believe you. They told you was a liar. They told you you're a racist. And then you had the nerve to put on the goddamn Nazi hat. And they told you, come on, I shouldn't need to say it. Take that off. If you are smart as you say, Phil, you're book smart, but fucking stupid when it comes to street smarts.
I don't think he's even that book smart.
He's not.
And I understand why. Here's why.
Again, This is somebody that has to make a story bigger than what it is. Like,
What?
I'll use the terrible Godzilla, the U.S. version. I liked what the commanding officer said in that movie when they were talking about Godzilla, but they didn't know what it was.
Finally, that one's uploaded.
Nice.
Yeah, it's an archive, basically a emo video.
It's what he said I liked the most when he talked about to Netopolis. Don't tell me what it is. Tell me what the hell it is. Don't tell me a story, Phil. Just tell me. But Phil can't do that because he...
Spit it the fuck out, Phil.
Yeah. He's got to panhandle the time. He's going to panhandle you. And he's like, it's good, it's good, it's good. No, Phil, just tell me what the fuck it is. I don't want a goddamn 30-minute story of how you lost your goddamn ball sack to a guy nut punching you. Just tell me the dude punched you in the nuts and that's it.
That one is not DSP related, that link. That is another one.
You're right. Every single person is screwed
Just
over.
ignore that one.
Whoever tried to do something.
So everyone has screwed you over. Okay, so Panda Lee screwed you over? John screwed you over? Howard screwed you over? Respect the Pack screwed you over? Machinima screwed you over? Blip TV screwed you over? YouTube screwed you over? Twitch screwed you over? Need I continue?
That's what he's trying to say in a nutshell.
Need I continue, Phil? Need I continue? John, Howard, Panda, Respect the Pack did everything they could under the fucking sun for you until they hit their breaking point and they left. They turned their back on you. They hit you with the sword, well, with the gladius and the knife, and you said, "Et tu, Brute?" Right as you fell in the fucking bag of money. Because you screwed them over. You didn't pay them. You didn't want to pay them. You just, they just wanted exposure. Okay, they just wanted exposure, Phil. Okay.
They gave John Rambo $100.
Yeah.
And that was not enough for a new car that John needed because his broke down for the most part.
And let's take that a step further. I said it.
To film every weekend for Dark Side Phil for Project 7.
So, yep. And let's take it further, Phil. At the beginning of the stream, I sat there and said, you didn't want to go to the meeting. Why did they leave you? What did Respect the Pack leave you for? Money. What did you say that was never discussed? Money. What did John tell you? Throw them a couple of bucks.
Well, John couldn't tell him. Phil left that meeting, remember?
No. John privately told him, throw the guys a couple of bucks. They may not stay, but throw them something. And then the meeting. What was the meeting about? Was supposed to be about, Phil? About them wanting to get paid. You had the taco shits, remember? So you had diarrhea. So you skipped the meeting, never rescheduled. They left because of payment. One dude was having a fucking child and he needed money to raise a kid. His crotch spawn, his legacy. The one that is to continue when he leaves this mortal coil. You betrayed them. You stabbed each and every one of them in the back with your little piggy court cock and told them they should like it. Panda Lee, who wanted to actually have a life with you, to get married and have children, and defended you from people that were speaking out against you. She left you. Why did she leave you, Phil? Why did she betray you, as you put it? Oh, because she found out you weren't going to make good on any of those promises. You weren't going to marry her. You weren't going to get her a cat. You weren't going to get her pregnant to carry on the legacy. You weren't going to take her on these romantic trips you kept claiming about. You didn't want to go on a vacation with her to some unknown land that she's never been to before.
Hey, spoilers for the story you were telling. Spoilers!
Oh, shit!
You forgot one part of the Jordan story. What they said during the interview. That when they were going filming, Phil showed up with a BMW. And they saw the thousands of dollars, and this was...
That was when they went to his house. They went to his house and saw the BMW and the damn fucking statues in the house. They were like, and I quote from Howard, how the fuck do you think that makes us feel when you're getting all the glory and we're getting shit?
And I think it was supposed to also plug their stuff as well, their channels and that, and he didn't do it.
Yeah. No, Phil, you betrayed everyone first. You decided on Blip to betray Blip TV and say you were Isaac Himmler, the last remaining Nazi, killing star people that turned into necromorphs. That was your character. That's where your brain went. That is your cross to bear. That is your minefield to walk. Nobody made you say those words. No one. You're the one that decided to film your electric bill and not cover it up or even edit it out. So you invited people fucking with you. I'm not saying they should have done it, but you invited that into your house. You decided to portray stream elements with your anti-Jewish jokes. They got rid of you. People don't want problem people on their sites anymore.
Was Streamlabs also another one he did?
Yep. They got rid of him too.
I know about that story.
Streamlabs and Stream Elements got rid of him. You're the one that told your audience to lie to PayPal. So you're telling them to lie to still give you money. You cause your own problems, Phil. No one else.
Right? So, that's the point. Now, here's the thing. Does this
anyone fix this guy yourself? It will change. The answer is no. That requires grown as a human and self-awareness, which he has none. He will never admit wrong. He's stuck in the narcissist mind way.
Exactly. He also made some very homophobic slurs on Twitch. He's made sexist comments. And like I said, if you want to make them, commit to the character. Commit to the role. If that is the direction you choose to take, commit to it. Okay, when I play Spellforce 3 and I gotta kill elves, I commit to the role of killing elves. Because that is the character. I mean, I'm killing elves.
Yeah, Ice is the character of a sociopathic homicidal maniac.
Exactly. I sacrifice my own builders for my glory. I don't give a fuck.
Well, I should say Spellforce instead.
I know. I should permanently leave it now, Spellforce. But there is no role for you, Phil. Actually, no, there is a role. I said it in the beginning, and I was very nasty about it, but I'll say it again. You are, in fact, a stepping stone. You are a stepping stone. That is your role in life, to get stepped on. And people rub their muddy, shitty shoes on you to go to bigger and better things. And if this statement comes back and people are like, you said this. Yes, I did. And I still mean it.
Fuck it.
I mean
That's what I say.
Exactly. Fuck it.
Let them have it.
I mean, no one's gonna disagree with you at all.
Nah, but his little dumbass just will.
I mean, there are, but fuck him. Fuck him anyway. Yeah, it's like fuck him anyway. Like, hey, I'm entitled to my opinions just like you're entitled to yours about me. If you want to say I'm a... What's the terminology I'm thinking of? If you want to say I'm riding Phil's coattails to suck up a hack, washed up, don't know how to make his own content, and I'm a shitty human being, you're more than welcome to that thought. You're more than welcome to even voice it to me. I don't give a fuck.
To respond.
That's the sad
to
part.
All the bullshit,
though they won't.
Right?
Oh, I know.
When you get one of these talking head idiots on there saying something
Right
about me, I get to talk back.
You always get to talk back. No. He always gets to talk back. See, this is the thing that Phil doesn't seem to want to understand. When somebody makes a video, and Proper, Profit, Piece of Peace, Shinko, GTG, Duty, Snort Hogan, Snort Burnell, anyone that decides to do content on Phil and say something and bring up something, of course he has the right to say something back. You do every time on your stream.
And he's the same kind of guy that doesn't name names.
Exactly. If you have a problem with Aquatil, say Aquatil. You got a problem with GTG, say GTG. You got a problem with Ice Yamamoto, say Ice Yamamoto. You got a problem with... Duty's the only person you've actually name dropped. And Snort Hogan, when he threatened to sue your ass.
Hogan, Snort or something. No, I think he did say snort halfway.
No, he said Snort Hogan. Because Snort Hogan threatened to sue his ass for those strikes. So he
also mentioned it in recent months as well.
Yeah.
When he name dropped Duty as well.
Yeah, he'll name drop Duty a couple of times. But those are the only two people he'll name drop. Because I guess he figures their names are so goddamn outlandish that he can safely say them and nobody would give a fuck. It doesn't matter who you name drop. It really doesn't. But guess what? Just as we have a right and an opportunity to say something about you, you have every right and opportunity to say something back. Many of the detractor, troll, hater, and critic has said time and time again, we can talk it out. We can literally get you on, or we can come on your shit and talk. But you do not want to talk to anyone. So this whole thing where I get to respond is not going to make a fuck. I guarantee you right now, I would put on the line, because I'm not getting there anytime soon, I'll put on the line the stupid Ice Yamamoto furry VTuber.
Yeah, let's go.
You will not sit down and talk to any detractor for this documentary. You won't do it. Because you are a coward and a pussy. When Keemstar was on the Side Scrollers podcast, they asked you, is it okay if Keem comes on? You said yes. As it went on, they stopped Keem and asked you, are you still comfortable with this? Are you still okay with this? They were still being considerate enough to make sure you were mentally okay to have Keemstar there, because everyone could see how uncomfortable you were, that you had to sit there and listen to another human being tell you you're a fucking liar. Then you want to sit there and try to shit on Keem. When you sat there and said you don't want Keem shitting on you, you turn around to shit on Keem. And honestly, the Side Scrollers, they did it right. I'm not going to lie. But I would have stopped you. I would have stopped you. I'd have been like, hold on, Phil. Keem has yet to say one thing disrespectful to you, and you're over here being very disrespectful to him. How does that work? You're coming on here and you're shitting on Keen because you don't like him. You wanted them to just let you shit on this man to his face just because you don't like him. Keen wasn't shitting on you. He came in there, he told the facts, he told what he saw, and how you responded to him. He didn't say you were a shit person. He just said you're a beggar. You're a lolcow. You're always asking for money, which is a fact.
It's not just them yelling at their audience and their audience saying, hey, hey, yeah.
That's what you do with your audience, you retarded fuck. That's exactly what you do with your audience. If someone in my audience doesn't like what I say, they have every right to say something to me about it. And guess what? I'm going to read it. I'm going to repeat it. And I'm going to ask them, how should we go about it? Like, what would you like for me to do to move forward, to be better about this? Guess what? I made a comment I shouldn't have made out of anger about OIC, and there was a trans person in my chat, and they said, hey, don't talk like that. You're better than that. And I said, you know what? You're right. I shouldn't let what one fucker does sour the taste of everyone else like that. But if somebody does that to you, you tell them chill the fuck out and then you ban them. So where's the discussion, Phil? You want yes men and women. That's all you want.
Or just outright ban them. You don't even give them a chance.
Exactly.
Instead, I actually finally get to respond to their...
You respond every fucking day. Again, 10 plus years, you have given your side of the fucking story. What it is you're looking for someone to signal boost you to get more pay pigs. That is what you want. Just be honest and say it. That's why I have no problem with Wings when he says, I just want you to give me fucking money. Because at least he's fucking honest about it. He's telling you what he wants from you. You sit there and say, I'm not about the money. And in the same fucking snort, pant your gouty hooves around and go, guys, you know I want to hit $50 every stream. Guys, I need to make the money to pay for the game. Guys, I need your tips to buy X game. Insert game here. Or insert food here. Or insert bill here. So you want money too, Phil. You're not doing this out of the kindness of your fucking heart. Your blackened, cold, piggy heart. You're doing this because there's money to be had from a bunch of people who are slow learning adults who don't know any fucking better, and they're willing to give you their money because they think of you as one of them that's made it and you're their messiah.
Bullshit. You see? And that's the point, is that this is my format to finally do it. I can respond.
Wasn't the quartering supposed to be the platform to do it? Wasn't the side scroller supposed to be the platform to do it? You were supposed to do a part 2 to that interview and you fucking bailed because you got pissed that they didn't believe you and they were fucking talking about how everything you said that was a lie. And they said they couldn't believe that your detractors were actually right. Where most people's detractors is like, yeah, you can tell they just don't like you and they don't have a solid reason. Your detractors have a solid, legitimate fucking reason why they do not like you. And you prove it every day. But you're trying to tell these people and tell fucking Mike that's not the case.
Respond to them. But if I respond to them here, no one hears it.
Right there. I rest my fucking case. Right there. One more time.
I can respond to them. But if I respond to them here, no one hears it.
What does that tell you guys?
Well, according to Phil, they didn't hear it when he was on the quartering. They didn't hear it when they were on side scrollers. So what's the difference?
Exactly. If no one responded to side scrolls, if no one responded to the quartering, if no one's responding on your own channel, this isn't going to fucking help you either. Again, Phil is only looking to signal boost to get people to come to his channel and give him money. He doesn't give a flying fuck about his truth. He couldn't weave a tail on the side scrollers. He couldn't weave a tail to the quartering when that wasn't even fucking live. And he can't weave a story on his own fucking platform. And now he's going to try to weave a story on someone else's platform in a documentary style format, thinking that that is going to put him on a positive light. I can finally respond to the years of allegations. And I can fucking tell you exactly how it's going to be. They said I had an escort. It turned out to be a lie. Okay. They say I play a mobile game. And then I spent this much on it. That's a lie. Okay. They sit there and say I bought all this dumb shit. That's a lie. Okay. They say I eat DoorDash every day. That's a lie. You're the one that told us you had 7 or 8 years worth of styrofoam containers in your motherfucking garage from fast food.
I'm about to say, Phil, you're missing some evidence here. Evidence? What's that?
So this is going to be a classic case of Phil's going to be sitting there saying, it's not true. It's not true, 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 it's not true. And he's not going to show you a lick of fucking evidence. And he's thinking that's supposed to be the end-all, be-all, and that everyone's going to be happy from that alone. No. People aren't going to believe you because you're not providing any fucking evidence.
Even if he produced some sort of evidence, at this point, it's going to be iffy where the hell it came from.
Yeah.
He's had 50... Present the evidence right here, right now.
You have had 15 years to do this. Well, it'll hurt my family, so I can't say it. Then you're fucking lying. Well, I can't show you my WWE champions because it'll hurt my family. Then you're fucking lying. You know, the guy didn't apologize to me and put a horse head on. It won't. It's a buzzword. It's literally a buzzword.
I know, but I'm just saying, that's really stupid.
A fucking buzzword because he's too chicken shit to actually answer the question. That's why he didn't answer the question to Stuttering Craig. That's why he bitched out and did everything under the fucking sun to make sure he did not show him his phone. Phil literally walked through coals, landmines, shit-covered bullets, and every goddamn thing else, and IEDs, and between Zaku 2 feet stepping around him to not answer that question. He went to hell and back. He went to the 9 gates of hell. He got licked, bit, tossed, and scratched by Cerberus to not show Craig his fucking phone.
And he put himself in a point where even if he shows evidence, people are going to question it now.
Exactly. And Keemstar fucking told him that to his face. That when your internet went out, or that DDoS attack, or whatever the hell it was, you lost your chance for people to believe you. Phil, this isn't the 1980s. This isn't the 1960s. This isn't the 1970s, or 50s, or 40s, or even 90s. People no longer take people at their fucking word. I can tell you I'm the nicest person on the internet, and someone can literally clip one of my rants, like right now, and just say, this is Ice Yamamoto. That's what people are going to believe from there on out.
Guys, he's on this. Cancel the video. Cancel the video.
You have 15 years of toxicity. You have 15 years of begging. You have 15 years of using people. You cannot just wipe away 15 years of shit you've done. You are no better than Bobby Kotick, knowing about the sexual assault cases going on in his company. Mr. Wizard is all I have to fucking say, because you said everyone knew Mr. Wizard was abusing kids sexually and we didn't say anything. So you're just as fucking guilty. You were complacent in what was happening and you didn't go to the police. Well, we wanted to keep our spot and we wanted to keep fighting. So you let multiple kids become victims when you could have stood up and made a fucking difference.
In no way In no fucking way does that paint you in a positive light.
Exactly.
You're out of your fucking mind.
Exactly.
And I'm not saying that's what he's saying, but...
No, that is what he's saying. That is what he's saying. Because when that shit came out with Mr. Wizard, Phil said, we all knew it. We all knew it. But we didn't say anything because, we were small guys and we wanted to keep competing. So you're saying you hold no fault to that. That more victims were being made by the day, by the week, by the month, by the year. More and more kids were falling to this man's predatory actions, getting touched inappropriately and everything else. And you claim you knew this. That you and everyone else knew this without a shadow of a doubt. And you opted to do nothing but allow more victims to be made. But that is not on you. How? How do you clear that up? How do you put that positive? How do you say that's taken out of context? You're the one that said it. Make that make sense. I'll put my fucking channel on the line.
If I respond to them in the documentary, now that same audience that just heard the toxicity gets to hear my response to it. You see?
But are you going to provide evidence to that toxicity? Are you going to provide proof that what they said is factually incorrect? You're expecting his audience, right here, Viking, this is what I was talking about. He wants Mike Klum's audience. That's why he's doing this.
I know. He wants people to try to put under his pignosis and all this shit.
Yeah. Guess what, Phil? If you were worth the fucking salt in your body, you should get more people on your own. You should be able to play a game and get an audience on your own. You should be able to make edited content and get more people on your own. But you can't. You are a has-been, a washed up, piss poor content creator, piss poor fighter, a sore loser, a crybaby, and a bitch. All rolled into one. You are one of the many facets of peak bad behavior in a human being. No one told you to make racist comments. No one told you to make sexist comments. No one told you to threaten to slap an 11-year-old child on a video. No one told you to make a slave joke on stream. No one told you to constantly beg for money. No one told you to insult your own fan base that has your best intentions in mind. No one told you to sit there on stream and say every single content creator but yourself is a fraud and a liar and disingenuous to their chat because they just play a game, beat it, or don't beat it, and move on to the next game. No one told you to sit there and shit on Dr. Disrespect and Pokimane because you wanted them off of Twitch thinking their audiences would come to you. Did they? No, they didn't. Will they? No, they won't. When you had Tyga, if I remember his name, come to your stream. Yeah, I think that's how you pronounce it. Fuck him.
Just saying. It's correct.
Okay. Right. Tyga came to your stream with his audience to watch you, and they didn't stick around, Phil. That should have told you something as a content creator. That damn, 1,000 people came in the room and not a one stayed. Tyga doesn't even talk about you now. Asmongold, The one guy, honestly, if anybody could have said anything positive about Phil, it would have been Asmongold, because he did. He took your begging and said you made it a community event and get everyone involved. As funny as that was. And then a couple months, November, December, turns around and watched another video of you and said, wow, never mind, you are truly a piece of shit. Phil. You sit there and say people only see the negative points in you that are clipped. Maybe you need to think, why do I have so many negative moments? If you cannot control your emotions, get off the internet. Because it's going to continue. Your playthroughs are boring. You get handheld. That makes it not fun for anyone. But you want to be paid for people doing the work for you. You want to be paid for other people setting up your streaming room for you. And you put useless junk behind you saying, see guys, I'm a gamer. Whatever. You're a fucking fraud. You're a fake. You're a sham. You're a fucking tramp. You are not a gamer. They used you as a study. You have made games dumber. Easier. A fucking caveman could beat the games coming out now because of you.
So easy kill caveman can do it.
Exactly. That's why I said it.
And again, I want you to understand something. This is not going to be ultra serious at all times. This is going to be fun. It's going to be a project that
no, it's going to be like that thing where you're trying to get them to laugh with you, like you did with Side Scrollers.
It's going to be me sitting here
trying to be
on my
funny.
chair doing games and talking to you. What's the point? If literally the whole documentary...
Because you can't walk and chew bubblegum at the same time, too.
Saying, well, here's the truth about that, here's the truth about that, that's boring.
No, you can't even chew the bubblegum and sit down.
No, here's the thing, Phil. If you're sitting there doing that, then you start providing evidence. You just saying it means fuck all. You need to show the evidence. There is so much shit about you, you have no choice but to show evidence to clear anything up. And again, as Soul and Viking and even Falcon has said, it is questionable when you do present it now.
Here's about that, right? So, that's going to be the difference here, all right? And my goal is that when this thing comes out, okay? When this thing comes out, I want it to be the final go-to source for people to learn about me and my story, and that's that.
Tough titty, because nobody gives a fuck. Because you know why? That story will come out, and you're going to do something stupid the very next fucking day. Because that's you.
Because I don't want to hear any more bullshit from these people. Not to say that they're not going
to.
You will always continue to notice that these people are
close your fucking chat from now on.
Not only close your chat, close your fucking stream.
And stop burping, goddammit.
For content.
How much would bet if that document comes out, doesn't get the reaction that he wants, he's going to backtrack and say, oh, that's not what I was promised.
Exactly. Oh, WB champion is proof. It isn't proof. IMO, not anymore. He had his chance. Now that proof. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, Thyri. It's tainted. He cannot prove anything. People have offered him to prove himself multiple times, and he's failed to rise to the call of duty to do so.
To milk others for content, correct? Because you have nothing to make for yourself, so you have to milk the world around you for content.
No, Phil, we only milk.
The same fucking thing to other people.
Here's the thing: we only milk you, because that's all that's needed. You're a good fat fucking cow that I can get down there and milk your fucking udders for as much content as I want, because every day you have something else to bitch about that makes no fucking sense, or in your terms, nonsensical shit. You spout so much nonsensical shit that a plethora of people is literally grabbing each of your fucking titties and milking you. Hell, to the point somebody's milking your dick for more cream because that's how easy you are to milk. And you're too fucking stupid to realize that. Actually, no, you're not too stupid. You know people are doing it, but you're too stupid to change it up. You thought making your gameplays more boring would get rid of this is how you don't play. That hasn't happened. They're still fucking there. You shit on other people who have not anything to say bad about you. People that don't even know who you are. Remember, you decided to say every YouTuber and every streamer is bad. Guys, I'm bad because I play a game in front of you. And I beat the game, and I move on to the next game. That makes me a disingenuous piece of shit to you. When he does the exact same fucking thing. You play a game, you beat it, you move on. You don't even go back to the game.
A toxic way.
Yeah.
They're never going to go away. But at the very least, once this story is out, it's done for me.
It's not done for you.
That makes you sound like a pussy, too.
No, this shows you how fucking retarded he is.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, to me, that sounds like if you don't really want to give an answer, no matter what, that makes you sound like a pussy.
Yeah. Phil, you cannot get rid of that shit-stained cloud around you, as you like to put it. You've put yourself in that cloud. You have built that cloud around you, and now you got buyer's remorse for the very thing you predicated.
And I can actually move on positively.
I thought the courting was supposed to be that. I thought the side scrollers were supposed to be that. Oh, because you're not getting the response you want. You're not getting the land of dent and honey. You want something else. You want to move on to the next person. So in a way, oh my God, you used the quartering. You used the side scrollers. But you didn't get results, so now you're trying to use this guy, Mike Klum. You want to use him. Mike, I know you know you're being used, okay? I know you're being used, but guess what? Use this fat fuck too. Because that's what you're doing too. That's the name of the game, Phil. If someone makes a documentary about you, they are using you. They are using your name. They are building an audience off of you. This is how I know you don't fucking think. The very thing you bitch about detractors, trolls, haters, and critics doing, Mike is doing the same exact thing to you. You're doing the same exact fucking thing to them. But in your case, you cannot make it work. You can't make it work because you don't know how to make it work. You do not know how to sell yourself. You can't sell yourself. No one's ever taught you how to sell yourself because everyone gave you fucking ass pats and just let you slide. Well, now that time has come and gone. Now that we know you said 2 to 3 years, that means 2 to 3 years you were literally rise and fell. Markiplier is still going strong. Other YouTubers, Keemstar is still going strong. Hell, fucking Tipster's still going strong. Much as I really hate to say it, Ethan Ralph is still doing better than you. That dude is still relevant, and he got his ass kicked twice. God damn, Phil.
Say, you want answers about...
Oh, I'm going that far. I'm going that far.
Anything of my past or anything, go watch the Mike Klum documentary and leave me alone.
I thought people were supposed to go watch the side scrollers interview and leave you alone.
That makes him sound like a child with that shit. Leave me alone.
Because he's a bitch. I hope you know what? I hope somebody mentions how you tried to force LTG into combat with you. And it's gonna be this is gonna be better than Evo. This is gonna be better than Evo. Stop being a little pussy and fight me in Street Fighter 6. He already fucking beat your ass in fucking Street Fighter 5 or 4. He's already proved he's better than you. Hey, Yusuke. Yeah, I saw that yesterday. That's why I don't know if you were here for that earlier. See, Darish blocking Mike, this is what DSP told them for years. If anyone tries to come to you to talk about me, block them. Despite,
I didn't know that happened.
Yeah, despite him talking about Mike Klum, telling his audience, this guy is on the level to work with me. Darius turns around, Daddy, 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 I blocked him, see, just like you told me to do. And Phil says nothing.
Yeah, like I said, he did that so he can control the narrative. So that when Mike tries to get any information, it goes through him, and he controls the narrative, tries to control the narrative for it.
But see, and this also goes against his narrative, because it's like, Phil, Mike actually reached out to fans of yours to talk, and they blocked him. So what does that leave, Mike? Detractors, trolls, haters, and critics. So who controls the narrative again? The 200 people that do content on you. Damn, Phil. Yeah, it is stupid.
Very stupid.
I'm moving forward with my audience here, right?
How are you moving forward with your audience when they're going to keep bringing this shit up? Your audience brings this shit up daily. So even they're not moving on, Phil. Shut the fuck up. Again, this is what I'm saying. If Jaha I wish I had the sound clip. Shut the fuck up! You keep talking. You are spouting bullshit. In the words of Shinko, Kabuki theater.
Right? Will anything positive come out of it? I don't know.
No, nothing positive is going to come out of it. You're going to be exposed because I can guarantee you, like he did with Boogie, I'll give Mike this. Mike lets you fucking talk, just like everyone else has. And you're going to keep talking and talking and talking. And more shit's going to slip out of your mouth that shouldn't be fucking said. And people are going to take that. And it's going to be cut up into a full course meal. And people are going to start dissecting it. Putting it under the microscope. Then devouring it. Putting it back together. And putting it back out to fit their style. And what you're going to come on stream bitching about it. Crying about it. Saying how it's not right and fair that people have taken your documentary and are shitting on it. And shitting on you. Because you don't know how to be a fucking human. That's it. Hands clean. That's all. That's all of this. Just be human. Oh, well, there was no guide on how to work on YouTube. How to be on YouTube and how to act on YouTube. No, but there's a guide on how to be a fucking decent human being. And guess what? YouTube follows the same guide.
I don't know. We'll see. But the thing is, there's so much toxicity and negativity about me on the internet. I don't think it could hurt, right? Really, honestly, you guys are not going anywhere.
Exactly,
Every
Thyre.
day you understand me and who
I
I
give
am.
him 2 months before he shits on
Did you
my...
hear the way he said that?
Yeah, he always says
He
this.
said,
I don't
no,
think it hurt,
he said
right?
you guys
Really,
aren't
honestly,
going anywhere.
You guys are not going anywhere. You guys are here every day.
And he's right. He's right. Phil is absolutely right. This is the one time, well, not one, it's a few times. I agree with Phil here. They are dented for a reason. They are chained. They are chained to the chain chomp, looking at Phil every single day.
Well, unfortunately, you can't even say they're chained. They just want to sit there. They, for some reason, enjoy this.
Yeah.
They will not go anywhere.
It's like that. It's like that anime where this guy was sitting in a cell talking to this girl. I don't even know the fucking name of the anime. And the one guy that's with the girl just looks at him, turns around, and walks out. He's like, "We're going," and she goes, "He's gonna starve in there." And his response is, "Did you even look?" And she's like, "What?" He's like, "Was the cell even locked?" So it pans back to the cell. It's not even fucking locked. That's his dents. They're not even locked there. They're just there. So no, Phil is right. He told them to their faces. Them holding his hand and giving him money is the only reason he is still playing Baldur's Gate 3. That if he didn't have those things, and if he was playing it by himself, he would have quit the game long ago because it was boring. He's telling them to their dented faces he hates the fucking game.
You understand me and who I am and the content I put out. My core audience is going to be with me no matter
what. I'm not yelling at you, Viking.
No, I know. I'm just like... In my way, I interpreted him saying it like... In a way like, you're not going to leave me, like...
an abusive boyfriend?
Yeah.
Because that's also true.
That's how it came off to me.
I mean, but your interpretation and my interpretation is correct. Like, both interpretations are correct. Because he knows his audience. He knows these bozos aren't going anywhere.
Much as I hate to say, this is one of the few points where Phil proves he's smart, because he knows his audience to that point. Yeah. He knows most of them have been here for so long that they're pretty much under the pig noses not to go anywhere else.
Yeah.
It literally is the abusive boyfriend syndrome, is I think it's called in some places. I forget if there's an actual name for it, but...
Yeah, exactly. Phil is a tard wrangler. He's excellent at wrangling tards.
What? You know the truth. I've already told the story.
They know the truth. No, they don't. They know what detractors have said, and they know what you have said. And some of your, even OIC and Swaggins and all those others, BITW Awesome, have all told you. You haven't provided evidence to prove your claim over ours.
Look, things like this, I always go about the piece of advice my dad gave me. There's always going to be three sides to a truth. Your side, their side, and the actual truth.
Exactly. Yeah, Stockholm Syndrome. That is another one.
That was it. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the best one.
Right? You're going to get, even you guys are going to get some good stuff out of this documentary. Trust me, there's going to be funny scenes. There's going to be information you've never heard before. You know,
and why does that information need to come out? Why does that information need to come out? Again, he is already telling you, chat, that he is about to fuck himself over in this documentary. He is going to say some shit he shouldn't say, and the detractor community is going to be there to devour every goddamn morsel. Why? And I'm going to say this. Detractors, when it comes to Phil saying certain things, are like rabid dogs. And they're going to be waiting. Oh, we're going to be waiting. And we're going to cut it up. And you're going to see streams and videos for days coming out about it. Because Phil cannot do the one thing I keep telling him. Shut the fuck up.
You know what I'm saying?
Not like that, but it'll be getting in his own
There's
way
going to be interesting
again.
stuff.
Yep.
All right? And again, I totally understand. Because there's people in the chat right now who are like, I don't trust it. I think it's, I hear you. I understand because we have, again, we as a community, and I've said this before, it's not just about
I'm not
me.
tell
Where does it say that?
Right?
Where does
Everything
it say
that I
that?
do has
I'm looking.
on everyone around me, and I know.
Oh, well, there's someone saying this is not a good idea.
Side Scrollers interview, it wasn't
I'm not trying to
just
toss
a
ideas, but if Mike was an evil genius, he should make two videos. One titled "The World According to DSP," and one "The Dark World of DSP." That's the actual everything that DSP didn't want to put out, and just put the two videos out.
Right? I've got, there's agreements in place. You know what I mean? Like, this is on the up and up going to be something that's going to be fun and fair. I'm not saying this, by the way, by no means whatsoever is this kind of a kiss my ass thing either. I want you to understand that.
But that's how you want it.
It's not supposed to be a documentary where Phil just looks good constantly. I'm a flawed human. I've made
Jim Jones vibes
over the years. Being a YouTuber way before then as well.
Okay.
You saying that, Phil, and you put out shit that's gonna hurt you in the end, don't fucking cry about it.
Exactly. He's gonna have buyer's remorse.
Cry about it.
Buyer's remorse.
He's gonna get slapped the fuck down again, and he's gonna be crying like a little bitch.
Like always.
But you know what?
I fessed up to that.
One more.
The thing is, no one.
Fuck it. Let him. Let him.
Oh yeah.
There. That's it. Just let him.
I love it when he burns himself because he wants to blame everyone else for him burning himself.
Exactly.
There's that meme with the kid on the bike and he shoves a stick in the front tire and then blames something else.
Yeah.
That's Phil. That is Phil's life.
like I said, if it doesn't get the reaction or doesn't get to what he wants, he's gonna claim this documentary was not what he was promised, and he's gonna blame Mike for everything.
Yeah.
No one hears that Phil admitted he did something wrong. Instead, it's just he's this pig-headed guy who.
No, because the shit you admit to that you did wrong is shit that honestly doesn't make a fuck. Or your apology is very vague on what you're apologizing for. Oh, you know, I said a lot of things I shouldn't have in the past, and I'm sorry for that. That's just a blanketed I'm sorry. You're not specifying what the fuck you said that you're apologizing for.
Not only that, but it's way too fucking late. All
Yeah.
those people you wanted to apologize to, they've already fucked you off and wrote you off.
Not only that,
The timing.
not only that, Craig really threw Phil under the bus when he was like, "Who is it you would like to apologize to?" And he's like, "Well, I can't find the guy." And he names the dude's name, and Craig was like, "Boom, found him right here on Twitter. Found him in a few seconds. He is here." And I'm telling you, he wants to hear an apology from you. Phil's like, I don't think so. He's like, "I guarantee it." Did Phil ever apologize? Fuck no.
Says that he's the best guy
And
ever.
again, like I said,
That's
any
unfortunate,
evidence he brings to the
no one
table
hears
is
the
tainted
truth.
at this
You
point.
understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
No, Phil. Nobody knows the fuck you're saying. Not a single goddamn person. And everybody, thank you for the 17 likes. I greatly appreciate it. Wasn't expecting it, but thank you very much. Thank you all for being here on my insane story time and rants.
I don't think you need to worry as much as you do, especially because, as I said, I'm in a situation here.
Bubbles.
It's very different.
I don't have bubbles.
It's not, oh, it's just an interview. It's just this or that. This is a situation.
I'll talk to King Jed and see if maybe I can get his bubbles.
Very professional.
I'll steal his.
It's going to actually give my side. It's going to give exclusive information and stuff that you haven't heard.
All right, Phil, again, it doesn't matter. It truly doesn't matter. You should not be pushing forward shit that doesn't matter. Exclusive information for who? You're going to say something you're going to end up regretting, and you're not going to be able to take it back because the video is going to be out, and by the time you tell Mike to go back on that video and cut it out, it's going to be too late. God damn it, Viking. Thank you. God damn it, Viking. Thank you. All I can do is laugh now. God damn it, Viking. You got me. You got me.
Big ups, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Phil, there are streamers that would literally kill to have what you have. You know what? You guys, thank Viking because now you get Catgirl.
Not only that, real quick, Ice.
Mm-hmm.
There are people who stream to nobody.
Yes, they do. I streamed for nobody.
They do it despite seeing those numbers being at 0, 1, or 2.
Yeah. But you know what? They keep at it and they enjoy who they stream
That's what
to.
I'm saying. That's what I'm
Gutter
saying.
glasses? No, we get
This
Aisha Clan though.
motherfucker is so fucking thankless.
He is. And people see it. And that's why he has that's another reason why he has this negative stigma that follows him around, because they see how unappreciative he is of the audience he has. Yes, it's a lot of LARPers and dents, but he still gets a lot of money. A lot of money. And he's still unappreciative of it. Because if he got the $200 yesterday, or 200 and something, and the very next stream, he's like, guys, I'm not going to talk about it all day. We had a good stream this morning. If you'd like to donate, please donate. I'd like to hit $50 every stream. And it's like, that shows how you do not appreciate what these people do for you. that really shows. Another one. I'm gonna do a little bit of cross contaminating here. I don't know if Humbalong is still here.
No, he went off.
God damn it, Humbalong.
But
wait, is Falcon still here? Yeah, he's still here. All right, what's up?
Can I say something real quick to that?
Yeah.
It's just like what Smith brought up. I know I reference him a lot, but
hey, I reference GTG all the time.
How he gets hundreds of dollars out of nowhere, and then the next day he's back to it.
Yep.
I mean, people like Phil should be fucking grateful they have their check.
That's what we're saying.
Yeah, I'm gonna do cross contamination. I'm glad you're here, Viking. I mean, Falcon.
Lovely.
There is another locale that I join in. Some of you guys may know the Kool-Aid Brigade. I'm part of that, as well as Viking, Falcon, Rowdy Boomer, sometimes Heather, sometimes.
So you want to do fun of learning about new locals?
Yeah, I thought about doing them on this channel. There is a guy we follow, Emo Howling Wolf.
That'd be great.
Emo Howling Wolf. He is a 50-some-year-old man.
50 years old.
50,
I can explain
yes.
this.
The floor is yours.
Emo Howling Wolf is a guy that started his channel in 2010, I know. But he mostly likes the things. He is what you say a cop auditor channel for the most part. And if anyone from the Shanny for Christ rabbit hole knows from people like Dragnot, or he calls him Dragonot, basically he likes to grift and fake cancer. And he's gay as well. He likes to tell people that, even though he likes to say very negative words loosely.
Hateful slurs.
Hateful. Now, yes, mind you, this is a gay man. I don't know if he wants to be accepted by the gay community. I don't know, but
that I wouldn't be surprised. That is no. The reason he calls himself emo, because mostly howling, because his so-called, from his own words, well, this is absolute dog shit, by the way, that he is mostly us for his thing. But around he was kicked out for all the terrible things he's done. Heck, if you want to... No, fuck it, I'll just show Kino's channel.
Yes, showcase Kino's channel. And
yeah, this is an archiver channel that shows because he will ban you easily if you make fun of him or criticize him. Kino, on the other hand, has all of his stuff if you want to have a peep of this guy, emo himself.
And he will strike channels.
He's very hostile too.
In fact, our very own Falcon had his channel struck because of it. That's the only reason I'm kind of leery. That's why I'm kind of leery of doing a stream on him, but I might just say fuck it and do it anyway and just deal with the repercussions.
I mean, you'll probably get a tame as long as you don't too focus on him. Yeah,
he has alerts set up.
Yeah, he does. But so this guy,
previous video.
This guy,
he also says he fought because he has one about Silly Central and other people on deleted, and he likes to delete content.
Yes, he does.
And likes to threaten people with knives, like box cutter, baseball bats.
Yeah, baseball bats. In fact, he actually showed up to beat somebody with a baseball bat that he didn't like. He's told. Yep, Gary Snowflake. He even threatened to. He actually even called Gary Snowflake's daughter a whore, a 7-year-old. He called her a whore and said she's going to be nothing but a whore. Yeah, he's a detractor.
That was another detractor.
Another detractor who is no longer with us. Yeah, he's long since passed on, and
he still talks shit about him.
Yes, he said he's happy knowing that he's rotting in hell.
Grampy Lobster too.
Oh yeah, Grampy Lobster is another one that passed on, and he still talks shit about him. Actually, he is told to tell you how angry Emo Howling Wolf is. He is told Humbalong, Falcon, myself, and Rowdy Boomer to all.
And me too.
Oh yeah, and Viking to drink arsenic. So he's already told us straight out to kill ourselves.
Yeah, he's not a.
I'm kind of proud of that one.
I said it before, but he's not a very nice person.
Yeah, he's really not.
Is another one.
This dude also says he wears diapers for a medical reason.
Because of a slow-acting cancer, you gotta wear diapers. You gotta wear them diapers.
How do we know this? It's simple. He has a GoDaddy website of his. To try to I call it the 12 generic debunks. Basically down.
So
he tried to debunk people with his bullshit.
And what really brought him to light was the fact that he stole $1,500 from an actual cancer survivor.
That I can explain to that.
Why did he die?
Yes.
Well, mostly he took because she felt bad for him because her name is Lady Di, born in she was a cop, former military, and she lent him 1.5K. Granted, he only paid, but he didn't pay back because he claims the trolls demonetized his channel, but in reality, his loose sense of words got him it. He called Dragnot, or Dragonaut he calls him, Plantation Man, word for word.
Oh my god.
And he said the N-word live on stream too.
I know.
And not
his word.
The
He's
A.
racist when people deserve it.
What? Drink what?
He told us to drink arsenic. He said our names. Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah. He said our names.
Oh my god.
As I said, that's one of my crowning achievements right there.
But the thing is, he thought he was being sneaky by shorting the names, though. Like calling me Vic.
Yeah.
It calls you Mr. Ken. Because I went relentless on this guy. First
Falcon,
was because he
call
called
you? Assassin?
Mr. Khan.
Oh, Mr.
He
Khan?
called Mr. Khan from the Falcon one.
See, I lucked out.
Yeah,
I'm just ice.
One of his friends I went toward me on an Odyssey one.
Yeah, so that's what I said. I lucked out.
Yeah, that I can explain. Because he told another DSP detractor, Jack Skeleton, because Jack showed concern for him, because how his rage is. And he told Jack Skeleton's family they should, mostly 10 generations of mentally challenged, or regarded, if you want to go that route.
We're not nice here. He told Jack's family to be retarded.
Yeah, for 10 generations. And I respond, mostly, then he responded by video, mostly after deleting it, turning off comments, case closed. And I went, another time going on his comments and to his bitch shooting relentless. I got it regarded once. And he has a super hate boner for me and Hum because we do stuff on him.
Yeah, I can tell you that. He was telling you guys, I'm gonna pay with interest. With interest. Yeah, right.
And which we all know he's not. The lying son of a bitch.
Yeah, according to it, he will, but in reality, he won't.
And what makes this even funnier is this man said he wears diapers in high school because he was too afraid to go to the bathroom because bullies were waiting for him. That the school forced him to wear them. High school. How the hell does high school force you to wear diapers? Oh, I know the answer. They don't.
Yeah, by the way, his name is Justin Bunny Rowdy. He's a different name. He changed it. And he got it for beating his mother, mostly breaking her rib cage.
Yeah, he's another real piece of shit work of a human being.
Yeah.
But so if you do see a strange stream of that'll be why. And because I want to do something on him. And you've got another one that's Fat Dan, who literally lies about everything. Literally everything. That man does not tell the truth about anything. But his stories were entertaining because, goddamn, no story was ever the same.
One of them is the chic one.
Oh yeah,
He likes to war.
Oh yeah.
Especially his butter, which is hilarious.
I know. But
There's a guy I recommend for Fat Dan, Tyrone D. I'll link in his channel first in a second.
There you go. Let's get back to our regularly scheduled bitch cast.
It's going to be very different. Let's put it that way. All right? And by the way, because I know some people are really worried about this, it's something that's not happening right away. This is something that is going to...
Nobody's worried about it. People also told you not to do the Side Scrollers interview, just as people told Side Scrollers not to do the interview with you.
Take months and months to put together. Something of this scale and magnitude. You know, this is basically kind of a Netflix level hour-long documentary.
There is no Netflix level hour-long documentary. Shut the fuck up. Again. Talking about shit you know fucking nothing about.
Well, given the failings of Netflix recently, he might have something going on with that.
He still doesn't.
I know, I'm just saying.
Ice, he said Boogie was worse than him.
I know.
What?
Yeah, and he wasn't. It's like, dude, what the fuck? Dude, get that shit out of here.
Documentary about me, and it's going to take a lot of time. There's going to be filming. There's going to be all kinds of things that's going to happen. So, to be transparent with all of you, yes, this is going to affect me this year. There's going to be filming around here. There's going to be filming in studios. You know what I said? It's going to be...
What studios, Phil? You're not going to a studio to film. He's coming to your fucking Gowdy Castle. He's going to do some filming there. He's going to ask to ride with you when you do your bullshit-ass Phil's Day Off. And he's going to film that. You sitting in the fucking Gowdy car, driving around, picking up food, meds, getting your fucking shitty haircut, and your beard patched up with some Just for Men or whatever the fuck to get the color back. And then that's going to be it. You're not going to a goddamn studio to record the next breaking album. My name is DSP. Let me tell you the game. I run around busting caps and motherfuckers every day. You're not doing any of that shit. Like, it's not going to be as big as you think it is.
High level thing. This is not fucking around and just doing a few video clips edited together like all the other documentaries about me. This is actually a real product. You understand?
I had to walk away for a sec.
You're good.
No, it's not. And the way you put it in air quotes.
So coming up, and I don't have all the information yet. I will let
makes
you
you
know.
look like a jackass, dude.
Okay.
Exactly.
Basically, this is going to be a situation where I have to take a little bit of time away from streaming.
No, you're not having to take any time away from streaming. You don't have to take any time away. He's coming to film you.
And that's where he's going to complain about, too. I did miss a few days, so...
The begging when he comes back is going to be astronomically high. And I hope someone clips it and sends it right to Mike. Be like, yo, this is what he did right after you did that fucking documentary.
Streams will be affected. Obviously, they're going to want to film me at work to see me at what I'm doing to put that into the documentary, right?
Film you what you're doing at work. We see what you do at work.
Dude.
Again, it's not like Boogie where you're literally going out to sell some fucking Magic the Gathering cards or anything. You literally wake up, burp, fart, and sneeze, get up, scratch your ass, scratch your nuts, stroke your cock a little bit, take a piss, grab a croissant, sit your ass in that chair, and you start streaming. There is no setup to streaming, Phil. That is the initial first time doing it, is the setup. After that, everything is cut and dry, set in stone, rinse and repeat every day. Breakfast burrito.
There's going to be a few days where I'm not going to be able to
or
stream.
Unless maybe Phil asked for, I don't want to film in my house because the trolls.
Or whatever. So
Probably. You might be right on that, Falcon. And they'll be like, you know what, Phil? That's a bitch move. And that's going to make people laugh at you even harder.
Oh, all about that stuff. All right? I'm going to let you guys know what's going on. So you'll know, okay, this week, guys, 2 days, I'm not going to be here on stream because I'm going to be off filming. And then I'll be back, right? And also, I would just want to let you guys know, I can't be spoiling this thing constantly because people are going to constantly be bombarding me with questions.
Spoiling it with what? Everything you're saying is legitimately speculation on your part. If you haven't started filming, if you haven't started talks about how this is going to go or look, then this is all speculative bullshit. Nothing else.
So what's going to be in it, and what's going to be this, and what's going to be that, and what, you know what I mean? You can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't be spoiling the whole dang thing. I know a lot of people want that.
How are you spoiling something that's not even in production yet? It has to be in production for you to be able to spoil it.
I'm not going to spoil the whole. What's the point of it? If I
Exactly, Reed.
Right? So if from time to time, as I'm working on it over the course of 2024, there's some stuff that I want to share with you. Maybe there's a behind the scenes clip or video that I want to share, or a picture or something to show you, hey, we're working together, and here's, you know.
Then you're spoiling shit, dude.
Then.
Oh boy, can't wait to see the Instagram post.
Do that.
What, him showing up? Is it gonna be a picture of him showing up to your house? A picture. It's gonna be a picture of him showing up to your house. A picture of him walking indoors. A picture of him filming you while you're doing this. So he's gonna be sitting at the other fucking computer that is on his last fucking leg, dying, with him filming you, streaming, playing a fucking game poorly, and you're gonna try to be on your best behavior. You're gonna try your best not to ask for money. You're gonna try your best not to ask for memberships. You're gonna try your best not to belch, fart, snort, be toxic, and every goddamn thing else to make this look as good as humanly possible.
Sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. You're absolutely fine, man.
It's not going to be spoiling the entirety of the whole thing. There's a ton of things in here you're not going to hear about at all.
The thing is, I feel like him saying that, it feels like he wants to, so he can get mad about it.
He does. He really does.
See, like this bullshit of going on for years and years. I think
does he waddle when he walks outside or no?
Oh yeah,
he
waddles.
I think he loves the fucking drama, dude.
He does, because it's the only thing that keeps him relevant. It's the only thing that keeps people looking at him is drama. And it's only a small, select group of people. Phil wants to have another explosion like when he first got started. He's just like, it's coming. He's in the day trading world, he's a revenge trader. Where I'm keeping this stock because it's going to go back up and I'm going to make my money back when it's continuously dropping. That is Phil. He wants the revenge of getting back up to prominence, as he put it, and he's constantly falling. It's not going to happen.
Until it comes out. It's going to be 100% under wraps. Exciting stuff you're only going to see in this documentary. Again, the whole point is...
It's like that when he said, welcome, like he says about day one views about insert game here.
Exactly.
I think it's going to be fascinating.
We're in the GTA Definitive Edition or / Defective Edition,
like,
the first pre-stream or so.
Oh yeah.
Right? But for what?
The old viewers,
right?
welcome back to this classic water, something along those lines.
I want to get out of it. I can't wait to hear how people... I want to hear people's take on, like, what they think I do wrong and how I can actually improve.
Oh, you don't want to know, dude.
And people tell you every single fucking day. Your detractors, trolls, haters, and critics tell you every single fucking day what you're doing wrong and how to improve. Your own chat has told you what you're doing wrong and how to improve. This is the same shit. If anyone wants to send anything to Mike, send him the goddamn suggestion box bullshit where he denied every single fucking suggestion.
Because that's the funny part, is everyone always wants to constantly crap on you, but no one actually wants to help you. You know what I'm saying? You're doing everything wrong. Okay, so what should I be doing that would be right?
Too. I said this before in another comment.
Phil, if you...
This is downright pathetic.
Because
if you really give a shit about what randos say about you online all the fucking time, you have more problems than just financial.
Not only
I mean,
that,
he's a narcissist.
Narcissist. He's got to be that unsung hero. But think about it.
How much of a pussy do you have to be?
But think about it. People have told him this repeatedly. And he acts like nobody said anything because he's got to have the narrative that, oh, they're just shitting on me and they're not saying anything. People have told you constantly how to improve. People have constantly said, hey, I will help you improve, despite not liking you. His chat has told him how to improve, and he has banned them.
Hell, even his most hated enemy tried to help him.
Think about it.
Yeah.
That says something.
People constantly have told him to get rid of the fucking level 1 fail cast. It's a staple. 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 It's not a staple. It's like, it's not good if everyone's telling you to get rid of it. Or cut it down to 30 minutes. You're not a news section. You're not a news channel. You're not a just chatting channel. You're a gameplay streamer. And they come there for the gameplay.
Honestly, I think the best advice he got about his news channel is do it once a week. Every Monday you do a news channel. And that's it. Just leave it on Monday. That way, if you have a short news day, it just builds up until that Monday.
Or do it better. Do it better. You're off on Thursday, or you choose to be off on Thursday. Do it every Friday. That way, whatever happens on Thursday, that builds onto the news, and you can talk about that Friday, and you can have this big-ass blowout of gaming stories.
Well, yeah, it just basically boils down, do it once a week, and the news stories add up, and you can do the entire stream that way. That way, you start leading out from having to do the oh-so-tiring gaming that you want to try and get out of.
Yeah, but he doesn't get that.
Be just like you.
Or add timestamps as well to his stuff.
Then fucking drown. Fucking drown then, Phil. If you're saying be like you, what if I don't want to be like you? Then fucking drown. Drown in the sea of despair and sorrow and failure. Because the people you're claiming you don't want to be about or be like are the ones that are making the views. They're making the chat. They're making the memberships. They're making the sponsorships. They're making the tips. They're getting all this because they are entertaining their audience. You're the one sitting here, Pouty McGee, not wanting to entertain your fucking audience. So drown.
Wants to be exactly the same. So there's going to be a lot of interesting.
No, Phil. Remember what you said earlier, Phil? Like way earlier, that PewDiePie and others have taken what you've done and made their own spin on it, and they're highly successful for doing it. You could do the same. Oh wait, you're just bankrupt anyway.
Things out of this, right? There is absolutely. So basically, there's going to be tons of different stuff in this thing, tons. All right, and as I said, I'll let you know when I have more information. Okay? I don't have all the information right now. You know, we have to. Basically have to get to the point where things are hashed out dates wise, so I can tell you. I can tell you right now, it won't even be soon. Like it'll probably at the earliest a couple of months before we even start.
So again, speculation.
But that gives them time to fuck around with it too and sabotage shit.
Which is fine. Let him sabotage his own shit. But it's the fact he said it might be a couple of months. I don't know. Again, speculation. More speculation. He doesn't even have concrete information or a time when this is to even begin. Again, if you don't know, don't talk about it. Shut up. All you needed to say, all right, I'm going to sum up this entire thing in a minute. Hey guys, what you heard is true. I'm working with Mike Klum to do a documentary about me. We're going to be talking about some of my haters, detractors, haters, trolls, and critics. I'm going to be talking about things, my childhood, my upbringing, and what got me into the fighting game community and fighting games in general. We'll be talking about how I became a YouTuber and how I was a household name at one point. Just stay tuned. We haven't started anything. There's no date started yet. Just stay tuned. Done! That's it! Oh, and hey guys, if Mike Klum reaches out to you and you want to, say something on my behalf, go right ahead. That's okay. Done. Fucking done. Less than a minute.
Our work on this thing when it comes to like filming and in-person stuff. So it's not like, oh, well, you just gave us a schedule for the month and now everything's different. No. This is not gonna. This probably won't even be until. Maybe some work in March, April, and then probably some more.
Probably not gonna happen.
From what I'm gonna understand, time frame wise, This is something that's going to come out much later in the year.
To be
this
cynical
is not
and
something
say
that,
that,
again,
but...
this is a professional level thing. This is not something rushed out in a month and it's just edited clips.
All right, I'm tapping out.
That's not
I'm
the
close to
intention,
tapping out. Like
okay?
I got nothing left in the tank.
So this is a big endeavor. You know, I told you guys I have a lot of things in process for 2024. DSP Throwback is one of them, and that's the one that's coming the soonest. This documentary about me.
DSP's Throwback. Back that ass up. Let me see how your booty go. Ba-dum.
Oh God, seeing Derek work,
much later.
Only Derek and all I see would like that.
You know, maybe summer, maybe fall. I don't know. It depends on a lot of factors. There's a lot of stuff involved. You know, schedule-wise and everything. So we'll have to see. But just so you know, it's coming. And when
it's
stuff
coming
is available to talk about, specifics and stuff that we're ready to talk about.
Don't talk about it, Phil.
I wonder how many people he's gonna ban.
Again, this is how you know Phil is not a good businessman in this area. He literally needs a fucking handler. Someone will be like, Phil, shut the fuck up. Quiet. End it. Kill it. It is dead. Bury it. Drown it. Kick it. Stomp it. Cut it. Twist it. Bop it. Whatever you need to do. Shut the fuck up. He over-explains shit and then gets mad when people take what he says, analyzes it, and breaks it down because he was too fucking stupid and kept giving more and more information or trying to elaborate more and more to fill a artificial time window that he's created himself.
I'm sure Mike and I will tell
Or if they simply ask about it.
So
yeah.
You can ask me questions, but chances are I'm not going to answer a lot of these questions.
See, there we go.
Until specifics are hashed out. And we're ready to talk about
we should not give you questions at all.
A lot of the time.
So, fuck it. Is he saying anything else?
He's basically saying if you ask me, I'm gonna ban you. He's already pre-planned
I made it. We're job story fun all day, not me. From my past.
That's what I
business,
think, though.
the focused place where
maybe he's gonna put the button if it said
once this is done, it's done.
Dead automatically.
Land and I story to be told anymore. You know.
Did he really say aliens land?
Interesting documentary be made. Yeah. You wanna know what's worse than a hit piece? Because here's the thing. With a hit piece.
Alright, what's this? What you got?
Alright. You can tell when it's a hit piece. Right? When you watch someone who really doesn't like someone and they're making negative content, you can tell this is a hit piece, and you're not going to have normal people watch a hit piece. The only people who watch that stuff are people who actually don't like the person already, and they just kind of want to laugh at piling on, right? There's tons of people out there who don't like me. Their entire existence on the internet is anti-Phil. What's worse than a hit piece is someone who presents themselves as if they're a neutral party and doing it fairly, but literally all they do is regurgitate the conspiracy and toxicity that the hit piece people did. But they'll, oh, you see, well, this is what everyone says about them. Yeah, but all you did was regurgitate the bad. Did you actually say anything good? Did you talk
again, Phil? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! You fucking dense motherfucker! If they only watch bad, then that means they have nothing to fucking positively say about you because they only watch the bad, you retarded fuck! Stop! Get the fucking retarded ass notion out your head that people need to say something nice about you. Phil, you're a fat fucking slob. There. I have nothing nice to say about you. Actually, no. One thing. You bring people together, but not for the right reasons you think of. What have you ever done that is positive for your community besides ask them for their fucking hard-earned money that I give them when I get taxed every fucking paycheck? When is the last time you updated something in your office for your stream that wasn't given to you by your fucking fans? When have you gotten a brand new webcam that you paid for? When did you get a brand new microphone that you paid for? When did you get a brand new computer that you paid for? When have you actually turned around and gave out memberships on a consistent basis that you're coming out of pocket for your chat? When have you just given a giveaway that hasn't been purchased for you? When have you turned around and given back to society? There is nothing positive to say about you, Phil. Not a goddamn thing.
And real quick, and to Remember, and if it is someone saying positive things about him, it's either a dent or a fucking LARPer.
Exactly. A normal person. I have shown people your videos. I have shown them segments of yours in its entirety, and they don't know what the fuck is wrong with you. First thing I get, why is he still talking about this? Why is he still explaining this? Why is he repeating this when he just said it? That's what people say about you that know nothing about you. Nobody has to say anything positive about you, me, the sun, God, the devil, the fucking worms in the ground. Nothing. You have to earn that. You have to earn people saying something positive and nice about you. And so far, you have put nothing but negative energy into the fucking world and onto YouTube and in your community. And because you've put so much negativity in your world, your aura that I made fun of earlier, that aura of despair and sadness and failure, because of that aura that you've put out, that is the aura now coming back to you. And you're now having to deal with that very aura that you have built for everyone else. It is now brought back to you to roost, and you were depressed about it. You were saddened by it. You hate it because this is what you did. You have spent every waking moment shitting on people for no reason. This is dating back to your FGC days. We have found post after post after post of you shitting on people, shitting on groups, shitting on games, where you said people were F-slurs if they played anime fighters. You turn out and shunned Guilty Gear players when you ran you helped run a Evo. Because you wanted more Street Fighter because you was being a little shit because that was your game. And what happened? Your event had 30 people. 30. And you tried to shit on the other guys who had hundreds. You said, well, we didn't have a low amount. We had 30 people, That's a low amount. You try to spin shit to make it sound like you're better, and you're not. It looks worse when you try to spin it when everyone can see it. Nobody has to say anything positive about you. Nobody has to look at your content and say, that's a swell fucking guy right there. Nothing, Phil. You can show them anything. Oh, you only show them the negative because you put out that much negativity. Nobody's running out in droves saying how bad PewDiePie is, or Markiplier, or Jack, or Dr. Disrespect, or Pokimane, or It's a Gundam, or The Quartering, or Mr. Medicare, or any of these guys, even Mudahar. Nobody's saying anything about these people. Nobody's saying anything about Mr. Beast, Mr. Happy. Insert whoever you watch in that category. Nobody's got that much negativity running around about them. Just you. You have put that in the air, and it has come home to roost.
Talk to a single person about good stuff about me? Or did you
Well, I
only just
made one
literally
thing for you,
regurgitate the
Phil.
same boring shit
The
that everyone
orbiters
said
around
for
you
the
are
last 10 years?
hilarious.
So why
Yeah.
do you even
Brings
make your
me more
fucking video besides circle
entertainment.
jerking yourselves into those communities for more milking of money? Because the
But you'll
Phil,
never do
Phil,
it
Phil.
ironically.
Okay, Phil, besides when people decide to tip me, I don't make money off of this. Nobody's circle jerking. I don't have 2,000 people that are sub to me so I can get monetization or none of that shit, or 500, whatever the fuck the monetization number is.
It is 500 and certain amount of watch hours before you can actually be eligible.
Yeah, I got the watch hours. Like, not everybody's doing that, Phil. A lot of people do this just to point out your hypocrisies and your failures. That's what people do this for. People point out bad behavior. You know how you like pointing out Bobby Kotick's bad behavior? People are pointing out your bad behavior, Phil. Practice what you fucking preach, dipshit.
funny part is they say lol cows, right? But the thing is, when as much as they say they're milking someone for content, you want to know who they're really milking?
They are milking you for
Every moment
content.
that one of those people make one of those documentaries, all they're doing is milking the detractors for their views and money. because my fans
I mean,
don't care.
Shit can go both
Again.
ways, Phil.
Again, Phil. This is where you fail to see shit. You are being milked, and the detractors to decide to give money to the milky. You're being milked by Craig, so people paid Craig because they liked the entertainment that he was putting out. People like Moist Critical for his takes on you, so they gave him money. You literally beg your audience for money every day, and you got the nerve to talk about somebody else milking somebody else. Again, this is the shit people in your chat and fan base need to fucking point out to you. You ask for money daily. It's not like Moist Critical, Side Scrollers, or any of these other guys are literally asking people for money every single day. They give a story, they do a stream. If people decide to tip them the entire time, that is their prerogative. You don't give people that prerogative. You beg for their money every single day. Street Fighter. Guys, I'm not going to say it again. We're only $25. We're still halfway there to the tips goal. I'd at least like to make it. You know I like to make it every day or every stream. Da-da-da-da. All right, guys, look, we're almost done here. We haven't hit the tips goal. I'd like to wear the glasses for you guys. Da-da-da-da-da. Nobody else is doing that but you. Nobody. That's why there's nothing positive to say. This is why people milk you for content every single day. This is why people pay detractors or to pay whoever because they enjoy what the person has to say about you, Phil. Learn the fucking game. Again, you're on level 1. Actually, you're not even on level 1. You're still on the goddamn start menu, you retarded fuck.
It was pressing buttons.
I don't even watch it. It's them that they're milking, not me.
Because the content's not made for you and your fucking idiot entourage. It's not made for you. It's made for us. It's made for their audience. It's made for anybody willing to watch it and get a giggle out of it. You've been on this platform for 15 fucking years and you still do not understand how anything works if it's against you.
Yeah, sure, it's about me, but you literally didn't even say anything new. All you did was regurgitate the toxic shit.
Because other people are seeing it, Phil. That's what we like. Normies are starting to see it, and guess what's happening? Bigger streamers are starting to see it and broadcasting it and boosting it so other people are seeing it, Phil. You know, the thing you want is what's happening against you, and you don't even see it.
And you milk them for money and views, not me. It doesn't come from me. You know what I'm saying? So in this case,
again, Phil, if I was to tell you anything, again, shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. Quit talking. You make yourself sound worse every single goddamn time. Every goddamn time. You are not helping yourself. You are making yourself worse. You are not doing yourself any favors. This is why you get milked.
Case, yes, this documentary will absolutely address some of the conspiracies and toxic things.
Don't care. Keep going.
What I stand for.
What do you stand for besides a begging ass bitch? What do you stand for besides a bunch of yes men? What do you stand for besides talk about me or the game but nothing else? Guys, why aren't you talking? I don't know, because they get banned if they talk about anything else. This isn't school. Yeah, he doesn't want to grow. He doesn't want to grow, but he wants the money that comes from growing.
I put out today versus what everyone claims I put out 15 years ago. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you will still be judged by the content you put out 15 years ago. Just if I'm still on this platform for 15 years, and if the platform is still here 15 years from now, people will judge me based on this content today. That is life. You will be judged by things you've done on your job sites in the past, the towns you live in, the people that know you. You will still be judged by things you did centuries ago. You are not immune to any of this, Phil. You act like you don't know life. Mr. Brunel, slap the fuck out your son because he didn't learn shit from you or his mother. Tell her to take the titty out his mouth.
It's going to be very, very different, all right?
Whatever.
As it develops, right?
Don't.
Because that would give away things, and then we're going to have... Because I want you to know what I'm going to be shared with you over this project. People who like me, this is for all kinds of stuff, and you want to hear my story. So now the beans have been...
We've heard your story for 15 fucking years, Phil. This is not going to be any different. And I hope somebody tells Mike that. Like, Mike, he's told this fucking same story he's about to tell you forever.
Spilled to the point where what this is going to be. Well, you know, I think that Mike is going to this guy ever again.
Right? All right, fuck it. I'm done. I'm tapping out. Let's see if Anna's still streaming. Is Ann still streaming? He is not, but we have... You have choices? We got ELW Rage Quit. We got the Tractor Beam. And we got William the Alchemist. Oh shit, boys. So let me go ahead and do this for everybody.
Try the other end.
I mean, I wasn't born there. So
Oh, they're doing that. Oh.
I didn't taste any meat.
Go Avalanche.
You got them.
They just emptied a little jar of sauce.
I cannot do that. I can't do those. This make me want to jump out of a window.
With the impressive squeak. Jimmy, stop. See, is this Hawkeye Jimmy?
There you go.
This is statue Jimmy right now.
I like how it blocked the view for a second.
There be security and referee. We don't got security guards.
Alright.
Oh, that's sponsor money.
Alright. But there you go, chat. I am fucking done. I'm done. I was supposed to only stream for a little bit and eat and go to bed because I gotta be working 5 a.m. and it's well past my bed.
Thank you everyone for filing into the arena. We appreciate everyone showing up.
Thank you, everybody. This is Aish Yamamoto signing off. Watch some Rage Quit. Watching the Tractor Beam. Good to go. Love you guys. See you later. Take care.